Morning, everyone. The inquiry is resumed. Just as an update from me, I was able to visit the site this morning as planned yesterday. I also have walked along the full extent of the High Street. That was on the Wednesday after the inquiry, and I was able to go inside the Hart Shopping Centre and view the car park. And as I say, I walked up and down the High Street. The site visit this morning, I've walked within the extent of the site boundary. And prior to that, I've also viewed the local area. So I walked along towards the Morrison's store, the church, community centre area, and I've also seen some of the character of the properties around that area as well. I've seen what I've needed to see. So unless any of the parties want to suggest anything further, that's does the appellant want to? So in terms of the site visit, that's all complete. So we're going to hear remaining evidence in chief. But before we get going on that, do any of the advocates want to raise anything further? No. Okay, so I will pass over to Ms. Sargent to introduce the next witness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Pearce. Can we turn up your proof of evidence, please?
Yeah.
Can you tell us at paragraph 1.1, you're Nick Pearce, you're an associate at Smalley Marcy Rispin Architects. You're a chartered architect, registered with the Architects Registration Board and also chartered with REBA. You have a BA degree in architecture and a postgraduate diploma in architecture from Leeds Beckett. You've at SMR since March 2024. Prior to that, 16 years in another practice, and in total over 20 years of experience in architectural practice. And then at 1.2, additionally, amongst other sectors, you say that you have extensive experience, including in retail specifically. Can you just provide us with a bit more detail about your retail experience, specifically any other experience for supermarket operators?
Yeah, so I head up the retail team at SMR. We worked extensively with Lidl over the years, including my time there since March 24, and previously to that, SMR have worked extensively with Lidl on their framework. Since my arrival at SMR and the retail team there, I've worked on Lidl. We work with Waitrose, John Lewis Partnership, many of the drive-through operators, Costa, Starbucks, and also some small amounts of work with M&S. So broadly, yeah, retail is my day-to-day job at SMR Architects.
Thank you. And then you explain at 1.4 that you've been involved in this particular project for over 2 years, and you've seen alterations and developments to the site layout and elevational treatments. You've been involved in the preparation of documents, design reviews and appeal responses, obviously. But could you just explain for the inspector what your understanding is of, how the original design was developed and who was involved in that, please?
Yeah, so previous to my arrival at SMR Architects, design and the commission from Lidl will have been a standard Lidl store. Communication with the local authority and with the planning consultants, and this would then have been updated to include some material changes to the elevations. Most of my work since then has been amending changes to the site layout, including the update of drawing packages, which include alterations to landscape, which study, and then general ongoing coordination of third-party consultants' information, put together this appeal.
And what has become of the person or persons who would have dealt with the initial design of the, so you mentioned the changes to the materiality on the elevations. What's happened to the people at SMR who were dealing with that?
So individuals that would have worked on that in the first instance have left the practice through normal ongoing leaving.
And we understand, therefore, that you weren't at SMR when the original design of the scheme was first brought forward. But what's your professional view on how well the design, that you have been dealing with since you joined the practice, fulfills the role, does what it should do? Is there anything you would have done differently?
No, not particularly. No, I mean, bearing in mind the commission from Lidl to site one of their stores on this location, and then it's not uncommon to change and develop. Certainly, elevation materials suit a particular context, which is what has been done here. I see no reason why I would have done anything differently in this instance. It's a clean, efficient solution to the Lidl layout. In terms of the addition of some red brick and timber, a colonnade, alterations to materials and detailing like that, really.
Thank you. And then could we go to page 9 in your proof, please?
Yeah.
And you've provided us here with some examples of what we can see in the local context. So I just want to ask you for your sort of response to these as an architect. So first of all, we've got initial example of two of the sort of residential forms. What's your view of the extent to which these two initial photos have, I think Mr. Raper's terminology is, picked up cues from what's going on? Well, I suppose that's the wrong way around in that these were new builds at the time. To what extent do you as an architect understand these buildings to represent late Victorian or Edwardian or arts and craft or rural vernacular, please?
I mean, certainly the entire area, as we know, is master planned. Mr. Raper correctly said yesterday or the day before that the master plan was developed, and no doubt a lot of work was put into it at the time. Somebody had made a decision, or people had made a decision, that that master planning was going to follow a particular style. I would call that a copy of a local vernacular. It isn't a local vernacular by definition. That would mean it's occurred naturally. So a copy of that would be a pastiche, and I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with using that word. I suspect originally and in the master plan that word was used, and it's a pastiche of a variety of styles. There's Georgian, there is Victorian, there's Edwardian. There's 2 or 3 centuries worth of architectural style that has been consciously put into that development. Nods to that and detailing is found around the development. They're not specifically arts and crafts buildings. They're not specifically Edwardian. They're not specifically Georgian. There's a bit of a mix of what was probably interpreted as an English village aesthetic. Wouldn't be done like that now as much. There's few exceptions where that is done. Letchworth, etc. Probably start a master plan of that scale now with a bit of a sort of slightly different starting point. Sustainability. I personally would like to think that something on these days would be started from a contemporary edition. That is creating your own vernacular rather than attempting to copy something else. But nevertheless, I don't mean that as a criticism at all of the master plan. And as Mr. Raper says, a lot of work will have gone into it. And I myself have experienced master planning sites, and there is a lot of hard work goes into that. And so that's just the residential element.
Yeah, thank you. So you said nods to the sort of Georgian, Victorian, Edwardian arts and crafts, architectural styles, and detailing is found around the development. So just going through these photos in turn, what if anything in the first image do you see as being nods or references to the architectural styles that you mentioned?
There are some, obviously the buildings, the houses are over a mixed range of detached, semi-detached apartments, townhouses. There's some symmetry in the windows and doors on some of the buildings, which might replicate a more Georgian aesthetic. There's overhanging eaves, bay windows, which are a little bit more modern. When I say modern, a bit more Edwardian, turn of the last century. Some of the details, like the large, exaggerated chimneys, a bit more arts and crafts. So yeah, there's a real clear mix of things to look at when wandering around the development.
And moving on to the local centre buildings, and Mr. Raper referred, or at least he and I discussed, particularly on the next page, the Elvetham Heath Community Centre, and the buttressing, which I think he took the view was an arts and crafts feature. I mean, to what extent do you see arts and crafts influences in this community centre building, please?
I mean, buttressing is an arts and crafts or can be an arts and crafts style in terms of trying to replicate a structural strength, suppose, more of a nod to Old English castle and craftsmanship. So buttressing, certainly at ground level, often with garden walls and often with the corners of buildings, would be interpreted as arts and crafts. I mean, it's a bit of a strange addition in this instance, in that the buttressing is almost a flying buttress, which creates a bit of a colonnade. So it's, yes, I agree with Mr. Raper in as much as it's a nod to arts and crafts. I don't personally think it's a particularly successful solution. Nevertheless, that's what's there, and I'm sure that community centre is enjoyed by lots of people. Yeah, there's some dormer windows with some overhanging eaves. There's a clock tower. Again, I think lots of buildings have clock towers on them. Not 100% convinced that that's genuine arts and crafts, but I think lots of the buildings in the community element of the development are certainly just have adornments and nods to various styles. And that's probably a good example of that.
Thank you. And then the next image is the Morrisons. What's your understanding or interpretation of the tower feature in the Morrisons store, and whether that's something that you as an architect understand to be a reference to Victorian, Edwardian arts and crafts, rurality?
There's certainly nothing Victorian or Edwardian about the tower. There is a very loose nod to the buttressed arts and crafts, but it is such a weak nod that it really is pastiche. Tower and the supermarket are, as you stated previously, clear example of 80s, 90s supermarket design, where clock towers were introduced, I believe, on the back of an Asda in Essex in the 70s. And so the trend stuck. Yes, there's pitched roofs. The Morrisons is a flat roof building with false mansard pitched roofs around the perimeter, try and attempt to soften. A large pitched roof overlooking the car park, therefore has a large dormer, glazed dormer cutting through the middle of it, which not really sure what that's attempting to achieve. But in terms of the clock tower, there's a very, very loose nod to arts and crafts with the thing. I mean, buttressing in arts and crafts would have been used to replicate a structural form, so it would have been at ground level and not raised high up on a clock tower. But you know, we all accept that I think the elements of the commercial centre are nods to things rather than specific design vernacular.
I noticed that when you were talking about the Essex Asda and the introduction of a clock tower, you said that it was a clear example of 1890s supermarket design, I think.
Sorry, 1980.
Thank you.
Yes. Sorry about that.
And then we've got the petrol filling station. Is there anything you want to say about that?
There's not much to say about it, really. I think we all established, and yesterday we talked about it as well. I mean, we almost cast it aside, didn't we, as being a functional building, which is interesting that the petrol station gets a free pass at being functional, but nothing else does. It's a petrol filling station, yes, and it's there by stealth, isn't it? You know, it's accepted that it's a functional building. There's not much more I can say to that. I mean, in terms of its footprint with its car wash and its kiosk, it's probably not too dissimilar in size to many of the other commercial buildings there. But obviously, there's no requirement seemingly for any contextual adornment, which is often the case.
Thank you. And then the final photos, the church. Again, what's your understanding as an architect of the extent to which we're getting cues from the architectural styles that Mr. Raper refers to in this building, please?
The church is a little bit different. I mean, the success, I suppose, of the church is that it will have been designed with height and with glazing as is standard with ecclesiastical architecture. You know that height and that light is really what is the primary concern for the original design. Eaves, there's clearly a very distinct, you could almost say postmodern design with the glazing that itself you could probably loosely categorise as arts and crafts, almost a bit Macintoshy. But again, certainly that's of its period. Even so, 90s design, the glazing. I mean, the height of it, the pitched roof, the glazing is certainly specific to the church and their design requirements. But I can't really see, other than there is another tower on it with some overhanging eaves. I suppose the loose attempt at a dormer window and overhanging eaves could be attributed to Victorian, Edwardian architecture. I believe personally clearly overridden by the height and the glazing as a church function.
Thank you. Let me just see where we need to go next. Yeah, I mean, you've referred in your proof at 3.9 to good design not requiring pastiche or imitation. What's your view overall on whether the local centre has succeeded in avoiding pastiche and imitation, please?
Well, the local centre is, by and large, a pastiche of a variety of aesthetics that wanted to be achieved as part of the master plan. I imagine there's some rural vernacular nods to that with the pub and the gable and the hipped roofs. I mean, the materials throughout being brick with some timber is probably another nod to that sort of rural agricultural. The Morrisons is a Morrisons of its time. There's not many other ways I can describe it, with few limited nods to arts and crafts, but very, very loose. Nothing on the petrol filling station. They're adornments, you know, they're a nod to things, but in my opinion, that's all they are.
Thank you. And I think one of the particular concerns of the council is that the proposed Lidl store is a flat roof, and most of the buildings we've just been looking at have pitched roofs. To what extent is a pitched roof a design feature that's unique to a particular period in time?
Well, particular periods, looking at it the other way, particular periods in time do have pitched roofs, and as we're talking about Victorian and Edwardian and arts and crafts houses and styles, yes, they do have pitched roofs. It's not unique to them. Buildings have pitched roofs for obvious reasons. In a variety of locations, it's not unique to those Edwardian, Victorian, Georgian styles. Well, maybe not Georgian. So yeah, no, a pitched roof is a solution to a roof. I wouldn't attribute it to a particular style specifically. The Lidl is a shallow monopitched roof. The Morrisons is a very large flat roof building with a false mansard around the perimeter, which will be held upon steelwork. It's not a pitched roof building as such. The others are, because they're the smaller buildings. You would really struggle to put a pitched roof on the Morrisons. You'd have to be a series of pitched roofs, which is similar to the Lidl store. You know, putting a pitched roof of that angle on the Lidl would increase its height significantly.
And given that necessary, I'm sorry, I misspoke when I said I had a flat roof. It is a monopitch on the Lidl. Given the increase in height, the significant increase in height that you think would be necessary for a pitched roof on the Lidl store, what's your view on whether a pitched roof would have been an appropriate design response in the context?
Well, it wouldn't have been appropriate, specifically with the landscape and the trees, which are of such importance. It would have very quickly risen above the trees and would have sort of knocked that argument to the side quite quickly. So a pitched roof of that scale would have not been insignificant.
And then concerns have also been expressed by Mr. Raper about the blank elevation on one side of the building. What's your response to that criticism, please?
There is a less developed blank, if you like, elevation to the west of the proposed store, as there is on any retail unit. There is obviously a dominant entrance elevation and service elevations. The Lidl store has been developed. The elevation to the east onto the car park, and the main view there is the elevations that have been developed with the brick colonnade. So no, the west elevation is a functional blank elevation against the tree line. I think if we continued the colonnade or any detailing around that west elevation, well, there was no need to from a brief perspective, but we as to why we were contemplating a designed elevation on the trees. Maybe questions would have arisen about wanting to remove the trees. But from my perspective, designing this, from a practice perspective, designing the site and the building, it makes perfect sense that the elevation within the trees is blank as described.
And then Mr. Rafer, of course, in his evidence refers to the appeal decisions that refer to off the peg Lidl designs, and has provided some examples that in his proof that he says I think show, not sufficient movement away from off the peg approach having been taken. What steps have been taken by your practice to move, to develop forward from the standard Lidl response to context here, please?
So the overriding response to the materials, along with colonnade to soften both the north and the east elevation. So there's the inclusion of red brick predominantly throughout the design. The timber cladding, which takes an audit, various aspects of the local context. So those two themselves are probably the main addition. The colonnade fills in what would be a standard canopy arrangement on a standard Lidl store, which significantly reduces the visual aesthetic of the glazing. I suppose adds some form shading to that elevation, more than over and above a standard Lidl store.
Thank you, Mr. Pearce. Is there anything else you'd like to say by way of your evidence in chief?
No, I don't think so. I think that's
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. That's the end of the evidence in chief.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'll invite cross-examination, please.
Good morning, Mr. Pearce.
funny.
Just going to ask you first of all about your general approach to, or what we can agree on in terms of what design, what we're trying to achieve here. Would you agree that what one needs to achieve when one looks at the policy context for this site, and you've commented on the local plan policies in your proof, haven't you?
There's commented, yeah, there's comments on them, yeah.
So you're familiar with them?
To a certain degree, yeah.
Yeah. Well, certainly insofar as they affect design, you've drawn conclusions about them, haven't you?
There's some short conclusions, yes.
But in terms of design, the appellants are seeking to rely on your evidence on design and how they comply with local plan policies. That's the scope of your evidence.
Well, in cooperation with the planning consultant, yeah, we will work those things up together.
So Mr. Moyer's reliance on your conclusions in respect of compliance with the design aspects of those local plan policies, isn't he?
His reliance on them or not, I don't know. He's certainly taken those on board and put them into the application and then the appeal.
In terms of what you were seeking to achieve here, you were seeking to achieve, in terms of your instructions from your client, you were seeking to achieve a good quality of design?
Yes, that's always amongst the brief.
And well, was it higher than that? Were you seeking to achieve a high quality of design?
Well, good and high, good. I wouldn't want to use either of those words, really. I mean, we were trying to improve the design within the context, certainly as part of this application.
Well, just to be clear, so you've said in your evidence that you, certainly when you came in, and I'm paraphrasing here from your evidence, but you took the standard Lidl design and sort of worked that up into a more evolved design. Yeah, that's your evidence.
Yeah.
I just want to understand what you were told to achieve by your client. So your client had a range of choices. It could have said, let's go for the standard approach, standard Lidl approach, go for something else. You instructed to achieve a high quality of design, or you instructed to achieve a good quality of design? What was the aspiration that you were asked to meet?
That original instruction would have been before my time, so I don't have party to that original wording definition, I'm afraid.
So you can't tell us what, in terms of what level of design, level of quality of design, it's your evidence, is it, that you can't tell us what level of quality of design you were instructed to achieve?
We would never be instructed on levels of quality. I've never come across that.
Well,
I don't think we've ever, any client has ever said, we, you know, a grade A, a grade B, or a grade C level of quality.
no, but your
sure
client, surely when you start any project, you have a look at what the policy context is and what you think the local planning authority might wish to achieve. Yes.
Yes.
Now, you could. I just want to understand. Were you told? It must have been the case that you were told to do something different to the standard Lidl design. Yes.
Yes.
That was on instructions.
At some point, there will have been those conversations. Yes.
But you weren't told to achieve, from what I understand, you weren't told to achieve a high quality of design. That's not your evidence.
I don't know about those specific words. No, I'm not familiar with ever being briefed on by any client on different levels of quality. There's various things that go into designing a building or a site, but levels of quality aren't one thing I'm familiar with.
Were you told to? Is it part of your instructions to achieve an innovative design?
I wasn't part of that original conversation, so
you have no. So as far as you're aware, your client's brief, which fed into the design response, did not include achieve an innovative design.
Well, there's all those words that you mentioned: innovation, quality, part of the design that an architect is trying to achieve all the time anyway. So I don't think there's any ever a necessity to define that. Or probably not in that respect. That's just the standard.
So just so I'm clear, you weren't instructed to achieve an innovative design?
In those words specifically, I don't know.
You don't know, or you weren't?
I don't know.
So I want to understand. So now, in terms of moving on from your instructions, looking at your understanding of NBE 9, you've reached conclusions about NBE 9 on page 13 of your proof. It might be worth just pulling that up. My understanding of your conclusions on NBE 9, your key conclusion is as to what that's telling you to what that supports is at paragraph 4.4, isn't it, of your conclusions?
Yeah.
And you say NBE 9 explicitly supports innovative design, where it is sensitive surroundings and help to improve townscape quality. The proposal meets this test by providing a coherent, legible, and high quality building within a varied and predominantly utilitarian setting. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So my reading of that is that you were saying that the NBE 9, it was that part of NBE 9 that you were meeting. It's reference to innovation.
Well, those elements are as far as I'm aware, contained in NBE 9, and those elements, coherent, legible, and high quality, I do believe have been achieved. And as I previously said, they're things that we would be trying to achieve with any Commission.
But what I was asking about is the reference to innovation in your analysis at 4.4. So is it your case that this is, as my reading of that, you've mentioned coherent, legible, high quality. I wasn't asking about that. Is it your case that because this is an innovative design, NBE 9 is met?
I've just stated that policy NBE 9 supports innovative design.
Yes, and is it on that basis, therefore, that you are saying that policy is met?
I'm not going to be giving any views on whether a particular policy is met or not. That's for planning consultants and the inspector to.
Well, I mean, let's not pass the buck too much. I understand Mr. Moyle will talk about weight policy and compliance with the NPPF and the overall planning balance. Your evidence is that the proposal meets the test in NBE 9. I just want to understand, is it your case that you're saying that this is an innovative design and therefore that policy is met? Is that your view?
That's not what I've said there, no.
Okay. So it's not your case, therefore, that this is an innovative design?
That's not what I've said there, no. I've not said whether it's an innovative design or not.
Okay, so that's a no, it's not an innovative design, therefore?
I don't know whether it's, I'm not saying whether it is or isn't, so.
Well, come on, you're giving design evidence, you're trying to
how do we define innovative? I mean, that's quite a broad, a broad subject.
You said the proposal meets this test, and you've referred to NBE 9 expressly supporting innovative design. Just want to be clear what your case is, or your views are rather, so I can address them in closing submission. Is it your case that this is an innovative design?
Not specifically an innovative design, no.
Forgive me when I say your case. I'm not suggesting that's pejorative in some, not your evidence. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Not specifically innovative. It's not innovative, is it?
Not specifically.
Is that no, not specifically? You can qualify your answer.
Well, I mean, not specifically, no.
Okay, fine. Make a note. Specific. The reason I ask that is because are you aware that a design and access statement is produced to support planning applications?
I am. Yep.
Read the design and access statement.
I have done, yes.
And that was prepared in conjunction with, if not you directly, because you may have joined the firm after that, but your colleagues had input into that, yes?
Correct.
And that design and access statement is there to allow the public to understand the design principles that have gone into, or one of the roles of it is to allow the public to understand the design principles that have been used to form, to reach the scheme design or to develop the scheme design, yes? Yeah. Now, that is, just for everyone's reference, that is CD 1.36. And what we can see on page 19.
I can't get that document up.
Oh, sorry, you do need it. It's quite important.
Yeah,
if someone can pass it to you. Or
the Wi-Fi is not playing. Which section, sorry?
I'd like to go to electronic page 19, please.
Section is out in paper.
It's internal page 19, section 8.
Yep.
So this is telling us what the general design considerations were in the context of policy MBE 9. Yeah.
Yep.
You're familiar with this, are you?
I've read it.
And you haven't set out in your evidence any way you disagree with it or that there's any qualification to it?
I personally haven't, no.
So we see there it references policy MB9 and says it relates to matters of design and access, and it sets out below those criteria. Now, under criterion A, there are two, we can see two limbs of this. Criterion A says development will be supported where it meets following relevant criteria. First sentence, promotes, reflects the distinctive quality of surroundings, terms of scale, density, mass, and height. And then innovative building designs will be supported, providing they're sensitive to the surroundings and help to improve the quality of the townscape or landscape. Now, as I understood it, and I think we can now agree that you're saying your case or the appellant's position in relation to meeting of MBE 9 is that you say it meets the first limb of that test. It reflects, promotes the distinctive qualities of the surroundings in terms of scale, mass, and height. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not part of, nowhere can one see under the design considerations that were set out in the design access statement that this was an innovative building, and therefore that second part of criterion A was met. Yeah. So that aligns with what you've just said earlier in your cross-examination, that this isn't an innovative design, and it wasn't on that basis that it's not on that basis that it's been suggested by the appellant that criteria is met. Well, that's a bit of a long question. I might put it more simply. If one goes to paragraph 8.2, when looking at how criteria A is met, there's no reference to this being an innovative building design, is there?
No, it's not specifically innovative, no.
So anyone reading this, and it's a reasonable conclusion to draw from this, therefore, certainly what I'd understood, certainly until I seen your proof, that in terms of the design considerations that had led to the appellant considering criterion A was met was because it met the first limb of criterion A, not the innovative building limb. Yes?
It depends how you define innovative. It's the brief was never specific. Design an innovative building.
I'm just asking about what the design and access statement says. The design and access statement, which contains the general design considerations that went into the scheme. Yes.
So yeah, this page in particular, 19, is an overview of a policy.
And that makes no reference to innovation, does it?
What, this page?
Under criterion A, no reference to innovation.
It's not in that paragraph, no.
So it's a reasonable conclusion to draw from that it is not being suggested by the appellant that this is an innovative building design.
I think that's a planning policy question as it relates to a section on planning policy.
But as we heard in your evidence, you're not suggesting that this is an innovative building design such that
From our design brief perspective, no.
But from your opinion to this inquiry, you're not saying that this is an innovative building design, are you? You said not specifically no earlier.
Yes, no.
Now, in terms of MBE9, were you here yesterday and you heard some discussion with Mr. Raper about policy MBE9? I'm not going to ask you about whether it's right or not, the interpretation, but policy 9 also talks about development should achieve a high quality design. Do you see that under 8.1? If you've got the design access statement open, it's just it's the easiest reference to MBE9.
Yeah.
And the way your colleagues, just to be clear, you didn't author the design access statement. It was before you arrived, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to use the reference to your colleagues, but
okay.
So certainly your colleagues approached MBE9 by reference to those criteria. Yeah. But it wasn't suggested in the design and access statement that that one of the design considerations was to achieve a high quality design. You can't see that on page 19 of the design and access statement, can we?
The words high quality.
Yes, I mean what one can see is the reference to the policy criteria, and that's the conclusion set out above. But there's no reference to the aspiration to seek a high quality design on page 19 of the design and access statement, is there?
Not that I can see, no.
So one could conclude, therefore, that from this, that it wasn't a design consideration to achieve a high quality design expressly. It was considered satisfactory just to meet the criteria under A to.
I'm not sure that we would just be wanting to meet the criteria. As I said, it's standard practice to try and achieve the highest quality under specific circumstances, a particular brief.
Yeah. But in terms of the design considerations that went in here, it was not an express design consideration to achieve a high quality of design, was it?
I don't know if that was used as part of the original brief.
Well, I mean, this comes back to how can the inspector place the inspector has to assess what weight to attach to your evidence, yes? And one of the questions the inspector has to, one of the factors that goes to whether he should follow your views or the views of the council and the council planning officer, is the thoroughness and the degree to which you have investigated the genesis of the scheme design, yes?
I believe that the design solution, as we see it in the application, is a good design that fits the context. Okay. How we define the word high in design language is very subjective, isn't it? And
it is subjective, and just to be clear, it's not part of.
It's good design that I believe has been found as a solution in this particular application, and the evidence of that are the elevations and the drawings that support the application.
So it's good design. You said good design, not necessarily high design. Is that where we can leave it?
It's not necessarily not high design. How do you define levels of good to high?
I'm not.
It's a tricky thing. I mean, how did you word it a minute ago? Where did you suggest we leave it?
It's
Good design, but not necessarily high.
It's good design, but not high design. High quality of design. Yes or no?
It's good design.
Okay.
Which could mean the same thing, couldn't it, depending on who you ask. I mean, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I just think good and high, I'm not aware of a specific definition of those two as separate words.
Well, we know it's in the MBE 9 policy. That's why I'm asking about it, because it's important for the inspector to understand what your evidence is. As I understand it, you're saying it's a good design. It's not a high design. Is that where we can leave it? Otherwise, we'll have to keep going until I get an answer.
Well, yeah, if we need to get, I mean, I'm obviously not going to say it's not high design. I'm just trying to be honest in as much as how is that defined? Because there's a whole range of things, isn't there, as a designer, about how that would be interpreted. Textual elements, and it is subjective. There's a whole host of things.
In an everyday language sense, just everyday language, is it high quality design, yes or no?
Yes. Against a standard everyday benchmark.
In terms of the you developing an understanding of, or you or your colleagues, I'm not trying to draw a distinction between them, but in terms of developing an understanding of context, the appeal scheme to the appeal side. Well, first of all, I think we could agree, can't we? When looking at design, one has to look at context and whether the proposal responds well to its context. Yeah. And we now, in terms of your understanding of context, again, you've in your proof of evidence, that contains, as I understand it, that contains your key understanding of the context of the area. Is that right?
Summary.
The key points to context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, would you agree that one of the basis upon which, as a designer, when you're coming into when you're looking at an appeal site and you're looking at what response to that context should be, in terms of understanding the context, one doesn't just look at physically what's there. One tries to understand why it's there. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And one of the I mean, you've referred to, you set out in your proof various pictures of various buildings. One of the reasons why we have the various styles that were, I think, in a nutshell, I'm going to refer to Mr. Raper's evidence, but there's the reference to, and you've said it in your evidence, all said in the same word, but the Edwardian arts and crafts, do you remember those those sort of references that he referred to?
Yeah.
And those come from the design brief, don't they? The Elvetham Heath design brief.
They do, yes.
Now that's the design brief. I mean, it's nowhere mentioned in your proof of evidence, is it?
And no, I don't think it is. No.
Even the fact that it was a master planned estate, That's not acknowledged in your proof of evidence either, is it?
No, don't think so.
So am I to assume, and I can't see it in the design and access statement either, certainly under the general design considerations. So, and just to be clear, if we could go back to page, if you've got the design and access statement open, page 8. We've got building design considerations there. There's no reference there. There's no reference there to the Elvetham Heath design brief, is there?
Not that I can see, no.
So what one can assume, I know it's certainly not the council's case to suggest that you have to follow the design brief. Obviously, it's not guidance that applies now to this scheme. But nonetheless, so can we? It's therefore a reasonable conclusion for the inspector to draw, given that it's not referenced either in your proof, or the design and access statement, that it was not a factor, I'll be more accurate, what the design brief was saying about the local architectural styles that were anticipated to come forward in the Elvetham Heath design, sort of estate design. Those were not a factor in the design considerations for the scheme.
Well, clearly the elevation and material treatments on the proposal do reflect some of the wider context.
What wasn't asking that. I was asking whether you would agree that the references to local architectural styles in Elvetham Heath design brief did not form part of the considerations, the design considerations that led to the development of this scheme, or led to the final design of this scheme.
We've not specifically copied aesthetic detailing, other than taking quite a significant influence from the materials of the area, which itself would have been part of the Elvetham Heath design strategy.
Okay, that's your evidence now, but that was not part of the. Well, that's what you've just said in response. It is not part of your written evidence or in the design and access statement. Did it ever form part of the considerations in the design scheme? Did it?
So the design and access statement I didn't put together, so I really don't want to get into why things were and weren't included in that. And in terms of the thing, it does clearly include materials which take influence from the local vicinity.
I understand that, but as I read in your evidence, it's not part of your case, is it? That you have looked at the Elvetham design brief and the features of local and the local architectural styles referenced in there, and you have not had regard to those, the fact that they're in the Elvetham Heath design brief, and taken that forward in your analysis of what kind of design would be appropriate.
There's many details that we haven't just whimsically copied in the design of this building, no.
So can I take that as a yes, you haven't taken into account the fact that those local architectural styles are referred to in the Elvetham design brief as a consideration in your design scheme? Yes, but you've done certain other things in terms of context.
The material is certainly, yeah, is certainly one of them. It's the main one. But no, we haven't copied pastiche.
Yeah, you keep saying the word copied. I want to understand what you took into account. Just to be clear, you have not taken into account the fact that the Elvetham Heath design brief refers to a number of local architectural styles. That just hasn't been taken into account in your design consideration.
In the original design, I wouldn't know, and that was developed, and what was taken into account as evolved into the material solution that we see.
I'm allowing you to qualify the answers. Is that a yes? You haven't taken into account the fact that the Elvetham design brief refers to a number of local architectural styles.
Originally, the design brief would have been reviewed, and I suspect lots of things would have been taken into account. How that design evolved is difficult to sort of explain, really, isn't it? At this point, but I'm not saying that it wasn't taken into account. No, elements of it weren't taken into account. No, but I don't know which ones.
So you can't give any evidence. You're not sure, are you? You can't give any evidence as to what was taken into account or not. Certainly, when the design and access statement was produced. Is that your position?
Yeah.
So the inspector will just have to read it. Certainly, those parts relating to design and building and form a view for himself whether they were taken into account. You've just said you can't give evidence on it.
Well, the design solution that's part of the application is to be judged, I suppose, as whether that was taken into account or whether anything was taken into account or not.
So that, in terms of the design, moving on from the design brief, your evidence doesn't refer to it. You don't mention the Elvetham design brief at all. So are we to assume, therefore, it was not a consideration that you took into account in terms of your analysis and your proof?
No, my evidence is a response to the council's reasons for refusal and the evidence in particular.
So just to be clear, so do you agree that you didn't take it into account in your proof of evidence, the Elvetham design brief? It's not referenced.
My response is clearly referenced to reasons for refusal.
Well, I wasn't asking that. It's a really straightforward question. Did you take into account the Elvetham design brief when you wrote your proof of evidence?
In that respect, no.
Now, when looking at just turning to the sort of more granular points of difference between you and, well, sorry, just before we go to those points of detail, I just wanted to ask you about one aspect of the Elvetham Heath. So, gateway, the gateway location of the. I want to ask you about the gateway location of the appeal site. Now, I don't want to get into a sort of argument about the precise location. We know that there's a sign saying where the gateway entrance is to Elvetham Heath, don't we, as one comes in, and the site clearly isn't on precisely opposite that entrance. But I think we heard the evidence yesterday from Mr. Neeson. You heard it, and you've seen it. And I don't want to take to references in the LVA, but this is part of, if not the specific gateway entrance. You agree with what Mr. Neeson says, that this forms part of the gateway leading in, the site forms part of the gateway leading into Elvetham Heath estate, doesn't it?
It's part of that element of Elvetham Heath, yes.
And you heard Mr. Neeson say, to that extent, that's an important consideration, the fact that it's part of the gateway. To be fair, I think he mentions it diminishes as one goes further in. So you agree, therefore, in design terms, that's an important consideration, isn't it?
Yeah.
In terms of your evidence on design, the considerations that you took into account, as far as I could see, in your proof, are set out on page 7. Sort of talking about context here. And I think to be fair, I'm not going to criticise you for this. I think something's gone a little bit wrong with something in my copy with the text. But what you've said at 3.6 is the proposal's been deliberately designed to respond to opportunities of the site as it sits within this mixed environment. We'll come back to that, but that's your points about, you say there's not a clearly identifiable typology, yeah? Mm. And what you've said underneath 3.6, so there's some factors which I assumed are these are the sort of key points of context that you've taken into account when looking at design. So you've talked about the established pattern of standalone buildings in the immediate area, absence of a continuous building line, functional rather than decorative character, wide range of footprints, and then I think, to be fair, there's another one underneath 3.7. I think it should have come up as an earlier bullet point. Ad hoc development based on the relatively recent expansion and mainly residential facilities for an apparently random yet orderly layout of access roads, roundabouts, cul-de-sacs around a central core of community facilities. Yep.
Yep.
So I'm not going to take a point. Trees clearly were also part of the context in the woodland. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah.
But what I couldn't see, and so I assumed it's not. Assume you'll agree. The fact that it is in a gateway entrance, or a gateway, sorry, I'm not going to use that term entrance. The fact that it is in a gateway location was not identified as an opportunity or constraint of the site, was it?
Not identified as an opportunity or a constraint.
Yes, you agree that it wasn't identified as an opportunity or constraint.
But it's both, isn't it? It's the constraints of the building brief and the site, which is the site that we were given to design a building on, to put a building on.
And nowhere can one see here that the gateway location of the site was taken into account either as an opportunity or a constraint.
I've not mentioned that specifically, no.
So it wasn't taken into account, was it?
Originally, I wouldn't know.
Originally, you wouldn't know. You were involved in the final design. It wasn't taken into account by you in terms of the final design either, was it?
Well, the constraints are that we were commissioned to put a retail unit of a particular size, footprint, initially, on a particular site, particular footprint. And we've not raised the roof specifically any more than needed, so it doesn't go above the trees, and the trees are, as we've all established, an important part of that gateway avenue. So that there is consideration of that landscape.
There's consideration of the landscape, but I asked you about whether you, in the genesis of the final design of the scheme, you just said you can't account for what happened earlier. In the genesis of the final design of the scheme, you did not take into account, as an opportunity or constraint, the site, that it was in a gateway location. We can see that from your proof, can't we?
It's not mentioned specifically in the proof. The gateway as a particular definition, no.
Can I take that as no, it was not taken into account?
Suppose so, yeah. But it will have been as part of the overall journey of the design and coordination as it progressed, including the landscape, the trees, and everything that comes together to form the final mix of design solution, I suppose.
So one of the concerns, and it's not just a concern expressed by the council, but I think it's echoed in some of the objections to the scheme. I'm going to go through all of them. Relates to the blank elevation of the building. Yes, I think it's fair to say that when one enters Elvetham Heath, the first thing, we're going to get into differing degrees of how visible it will be, but I mean, Mr. Neeson accepted it will be visible. Yeah, but the
Elements of it.
Yeah, it's not going to be completely screened, is it?
I believe elements of it will be seen yet. To what extent?
Yeah, it's for Mr. Neeson.
Yes,
but it's going to be visible, some shape or form. Mr. Neeson addresses how much. Yes.
Yes.
Given that it's going to be visible, given that it's going to be the first thing that one sees, there could have been other design responses to that elevation to reflect the fact that it is the first thing that people are going to see coming into Elvetham Heath, aren't there?
I think the majority of that elevation will be hidden by the trees. And as I briefly mentioned earlier, if we had, and obviously we weren't commissioned to do this, but if we had extended, for example, some glazing or colonnade or the piers around that elevation, I think, well, first of all, we'd have been too close to the trees and the root protection, and we'd have been open to criticism for, well, surely you made a bit of a song and dance about this elevation. Are you going to chop all the trees down? Clearly that was never going to happen, and it's a service elevation. It's broken as far as I can see by downpipes. It is brick. It's still a red brick elevation, so it's not a standard little service elevation.
I mean, I know this is a hypothetical, so and I know you won't agree with the basis of it, but let's assume a world in which there's no screening at all. You've got a gateway location, and you don't have trees and you don't have screening. Putting a blank elevation in a gateway location would not be an appropriate design response, would it? That shows no taking into account of its gateway role
in that fictional world. No. So that would have been a completely different design brief, site layout, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But it's completely hypothetical.
Yeah. So what the so in principle, blank elevation in a gateway location not appropriate. Yeah.
In this alternative brief.
Yeah. Okay. So really, what your case is that what would otherwise be, in terms of that blank elevation, a poor design is in effect mitigated by screening and the fact that there are trees there.
I've not said it's poor design. It's not the principal frontage of the store. It's not a standard little grey aluminium. It's brick and timber.
Well, I don't want to go back over this, but you're not, because you've accepted that it would not be an appropriate design response absent the trees and screening. Yes.
I don't know what the design response would have been without the trees and screening.
Well, I think I've made a note that that's what you said earlier. Anyway, so your case on, so you're saying that any concerns, as I understand, any concerns about the blank elevation, as I understand it, you're saying to the inspector, don't worry, because you've got screening, and you've got the trees that are going to be planted. You've got existing trees, and then there's more that's going to be planted. Is that's what you're?
That's part of the solution, isn't it? Because that's, you know, that's part of the design responses, the landscape and the trees, of which they're, you know, hugely important.
But it's not a complete answer, isn't it? Because you're still going to, in winter, so walking along there, you're still going to see this blank elevation, aren't you?
I don't know that that would need to be put to a tree landscape expert.
All right. So I'm going to try and make some progress before 11 o'clock. So let's see if we can wrap up. So try and go through some of the elements which Mr. Raper has raised, which I think you disagree with. So the Heath point about the first point about cohesiveness. So you're saying that there is no, at 3.5 of your proof, you say, I mean, looked at the buildings and their progressive emergence since the 1990s results in a mix of aesthetics and doesn't reflect a cohesive architectural language. Yep. Now, we know, of course, that, and as you've rightly pointed out, that there aren't actually arts and crafts, or there aren't actual Victorian Edward building here, because this was a new estate. But we know, and we know that there was a deliberate attempt, don't we, when the estate was built, to introduce the following styles of building in a mix, so rural vernacular, late Victorian Edwardian, arts and crafts style. Yeah, there was a deliberate attempt to do so. I don't want to get bound up in the question of cohesiveness or not, but that was a deliberate attempt on the part of the master plans for the estate, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it's been achieved. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it is cohesive in that sense, that the languages, those various nods, as it's been called, to those styles, have been achieved. There's a cohesiveness in that sense, isn't there?
There's a cohesive mix of styles, yes.
Now, as I understand it, it was you. Just so I'm clear, you have the difference between you and Mr. Raper, as I understand, is you're saying because there is no because there's a mix of styles, effectively, and you're saying there's a lack of consistency. Then, as I understand it, you're not trying to make any. You're not trying to follow the design brief and follow those nods. Because I didn't see any sort of reference to the Victorian Edwardian vernacular, the arts and crafts style, rural vernacular. You've set that to one side, haven't you, and said we're going to start from a blank sheet, effectively.
In as much as the standard little format was a blank sheet, yes, I suppose you're correct. Yeah.
But in terms of the tweaks to I say tweaks, I don't want to sound like pejorative. The adjustments to the standard little style, so red brick and timber. As I understand, and you mentioned the colonnades as well, breaking those up. Those have been introduced because of the location of the site and its and the fact that there's well, what you try to do is introduce those not to make a nod to the rural vernacular or the Victorian Edwardian, the arts and crafts style. That's not why you've introduced these, have you?
Brick and timber are the two prominent materials. Are found in the styles that you've just mentioned, as well as many others.
Yeah.
And the brick and the timber are very successfully, or can be very successfully translated into a contemporary solution as a material. So it sort of, you know, it crosses both styles.
I understand that, but the reason you've introduced those is to try and, as I understand, elevate the design from the standard Lidl design. Yeah.
But to change it, yes.
Change it, but they're not
within this context.
But they're not a nod to. I think you'd agree. It's not. You're not. They're not the same nods. You're not. Saying, I'm trying to.
No, they're not. Yeah, no, they're not. And I don't think that we have been forced to do that. I can't think of the reason why we would be made to do that. It's not a conservation area. There's not listed buildings. We're not trying to put a Lidl in the middle of Oxford or York. You know, it's a completely different situation.
So insofar as the inspector thinks that there is some quality to be derived from there's some architectural quality to the nods that we can see in the other estates, the rural vernacular, Victorian Edward, arts and crafts, all those points you've already suggested. Yeah. If the inspector finds that there is some quality to those, and that certainly forms part of the character of the built estate around there.
Yeah.
It may be one that you don't agree with, but it would be the inspector's entitled to take the view that the fact that you haven't even made an attempt not to copy them, not to create a pastiche, but not to create any sort of nod to those cues that the cues that have been, you can see in the rest of the development. That's a factor he can take into account in looking at whether this is an appropriate design or not, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I think we could agree. So you know, we can go through, and I don't want to repeat what Mr. Raper said to you, but you know, he's identified things like gables. It's certainly, if we take the communal, the centre buildings,
commercial elements.
Yeah, gables, pitched roof. I think there's a sort of, you know, we looked at some of the other features, mansard, the false mansard to Morrison's and all of that, and dormers, etc. None of those nods, none of those cues are any of this are reflected in this scheme. You've sort of set those to one side and said, we're going to start again, haven't you?
Yeah, if that's how you want to put it, yes, we have. Yeah, we haven't included any.
Okay.
I use the word again, pastiche in that respect.
I mean, just in terms of the Lidl, the mono pitched roof. I mean, except it's not a flat roof. Yeah, always get confused. Well, there is a slant to it, so I'm not going to use a flat roof.
A shallow pitch.
Yeah, the shallow pitch. I mean, we can see that there's a petrol filling station, but that is not reflective in any of the other buildings in the centre, in the local centre, the communal buildings.
The petrol filling station isn't. No, it's yeah.
No, other than the petrol filling station, it's not reflected in any of the communal buildings you've looked at. The community centre.
The monopitched roof.
Yeah.
Well, Morrison's will be a flat roof behind the false mansard, but yeah, I take your point. It's not specifically visible. Okay. It's obvious to me what's behind there, but no, it's not specifically visible.
And again, as a design response, it may be one that you disagree with. But if the inspector, we know that I think you'd agree that this building will be red with once if and when constructed. This building will be red with the rest of those. I'm going to call them communal buildings, but rest of the local centre buildings, won't it? It will.
In many ways, yes, it will be red. Well, yeah, it's in that area, so yeah.
And you can see in references to your proof, that's why you've sought to make the building, part of that reason, I think you use the word subservient to those other town centre buildings, town centre, local centre buildings, yes?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, as I understand it, this will be, if and when built, this will be, your position is it would form part or be perceived as part of the local centre?
Yeah.
So you have taken into account that, but what you haven't done is this scheme doesn't make any attempt in terms of the roof to in any way align with the design responses in those other buildings.
No, if we tried to replicate a steeply pitched roof, it would have been twice as high. The building would have been twice as high, if not more. Which would have led to many other issues, I imagine.
The inspector will be able to take a view for himself whether the effects of the colonnades and sort of the extent to which that improves the quality from what would be described as again, I don't want to sound pejorative, but the standard, I'm going to say the standard rather than the off the peg little design. But just to be clear, the colonnades, the red brick, the timber, those aren't attempts. Those are attempts to vary the scheme from the standard little design, aren't they? That's why they're there, primarily.
Yes.
Now, just taking the timber, it's a small point, but you've proposed vertical cladding. Yes, vertical wooden cladding.
Bear with me, mine's gone.
It's in your proof.
Yeah,
the word vertical.
Yeah, it's always on plot. Yeah. If I put vertical in, then that.
Yes. Well,
I worded it as vertical.
Yeah. I can take you to. Yes, I've 3.22. That's where I got it from in your proof. The use of vertical cladding. I mean, we can go to the plans, but I just want to save time. 3.2 paragraph 3.22 of your proof. Use of vertical timber cladding. Yep. Now we know that there is timber cladding. I mean, you can see it in the across the road in the is it called the De Havilland Arms? I'm getting there when they.
I believe so, yeah.
Is it not to have a pint?
I think that's the nearest sort of obvious.
But there's, in terms of that vertical timber cladding, it's sort of quite a Scandi. I don't know if it's a Scandi design or not, but I mean that's not characteristic of Elvetham Heath, is it?
The pub itself has been introduced as a sort of mock rural barn type structure, which would have originally included timber cladding. So that's where that design's probably come from.
Well, probably, but that cladding sort of horizontal. It's that sort of clapperboard horizontal cladding. It's not the sort of vertical. Well, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, sort of Scandi vertical cladding, is it? So it's not characteristic of the area, is it?
Well, nothing's characteristic of the area in that sense. They're all relatively modern introductions, which is what we're talking about. It's nothing's common to the area.
And when I say characteristic of the area, it's not characteristic of the existing communal buildings in the local centre, is it?
The cladding on the pub.
The vertical cladding that you are proposing as part of your scheme design.
Well, the timber cladding is soften the grey aluminium that would form the perimeter of the monopitch roof.
And I understand what it's there for, but it's not characteristic of any of the buildings in the town, in the local centre, is it?
Well, it takes a nod to the Elvetham Heath design guide, which suggests a mix of various styles, some of which include timber cladding.
But I'm talking about the vertical element of it.
Well, rather than horizontal.
Yes, yeah. It's not that is not characteristic of the buildings in the town centre, is it? I've asked 3 or 4 times. I want to break now because it's renewed.
Vertical or horizontal? It could be either. I don't think there's any prescriptive solution, horizontal, vertical. Some elements would have once been horizontal, depending on the type of wood and cladding profile that was used. Could be vertical.
Answer, but just an answer. Is that yes, but?
Well, I don't know. I've not inspected every type of timber cladding in the development to see whether it's horizontal or vertical.
I mean, it's not part of your case, so you can carry on asking questions.
Well, first of all, we'll come back to that comment. But
timber cladding can be horizontal or vertical, and there's many different reasons why you would choose one or the other.
Yeah, wasn't answering any about that. It's not characteristic of the town centre buildings, is it? Oh, sorry, the local. I keep saying town centre. It's not characteristic. I've asked 4 times. If you don't want, if you're not prepared to answer, I'll make a note of that.
Well, nothing's characteristic of the local town centre. They're all different buildings. That's one of the things we've established early on. Asking me if there's any other vertical cladding in the town centre, I don't know.
Well, I've made a note. Nothing's characteristic of
It's not the town centre who's referred.
I said town centre.
Yes, I know. Yes, the commercial centre.
Yeah.
Commercial hub.
Yes. So I've asked 4 or 5 times. Yes or no? Is it characteristic or not?
I don't know. I don't know if there's any other
okay.
Timber cladding, vertical timber cladding in that area.
And just to, I mean, Miss Sargent has said it's not part of the case, but I mean, you've identified at 322 that the use of vertical timber cladding has been criticised as poorly considered. Yes, 322 for your proof.
Yeah.
So that you'd certainly understood that the council had a concern about that. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, just finally, because I do want to finish before break, so so we can move on. I think so that there may be 1 or 2 points, but they're in Mr. Raper's evidence. But those are my questions for Mr. Pierce. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there any re-examination?
Thank you, sir. Just to pick up on this last point about whether the timber cladding ought to be horizontal rather than vertical, to what extent are you aware of there being any distinction made in the Elvetham Heath design guide as to whether the cladding ought to be horizontal rather than vertical?
I'm not aware either way.
And to what extent, before Mr. Neal was asking you questions, were you aware that the council was criticising the fact that the cladding proposed is vertical rather than horizontal?
I don't know whether I'm not aware that there was a distinction between vertical or horizontal in that criticism.
Give me just 1 moment to check a document, please. Yeah, could you go to core document 1.32.02, please? Oh, see if you can get that up electronically. If not, we can give you a hard copy.
Yeah, no, it's not playing. I can get it on my mobile, but is it text or drawings?
It should be in that file, Mr. Pierce. Now, if you go, it's a bit awkward to use. If you go right to the front, there's an index.
I'm sorry, 130.
So 1.32, and then if you look at the index, that'll tell you which tab it's behind.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 1.32.02. So it'll be
25.
yeah. And so this is you should have front page that says Appendix 2 pre-application correspondence. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the next page is a letter from Mr. Moyer's firm dated the 17th of December 2019.
Yeah.
Request for pre-app advice. And then if you flick through, it's a 10-page letter, and then there's some plans. Then at page, it's electronic page 17, so after the maps and the plans.
Yeah.
There's a letter dated 3rd of April 2020 from the council to Mr. Brett Spiller at Chapman Lilly Planning. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can see this refers, dear sir and madam, I refer to your pre-application submission, and then it says at the bottom of the page, this is a summary of the council's pre-application advice. And it incorporates comments from the district council's planning policy, landscape, tree, biodiversity and environmental health officers. Yeah.
At the end of the letter, yeah.
At the end of the first page of the letter, sorry. So you've just got the council's header, and then at the very end of that page, it just says this letter provides a summary, so on and so forth. And then the next page is, you've got headings of the site, planning history and policy. So there's two references in particular I'm interested in. So if you turn through a couple more pages, you come to a section on design.
Yeah.
Which I've just sped past, sorry. And you'll see that then under design, there's some text, and then there are 3 bullet points for the end of the page.
Yeah.
We can see that the second bullet point was a point made at that time that the layout of what was then being proposed for the site by Lidl lacks presence to Elvetham Heath Way, and then says the section of Elvetham Heath Way between Fleet Road and the Quay is one of the main gateways into Elvetham Heath, and the roundabout with the Quay a focal point. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you go to the next page. Under the heading Landscape, Trees and Ecology, you'll see in the 5th paragraph down, it begins landscape with reference to the Elvetham Heath design brief.
Yeah.
So we can see in the council's pre-app response a reference both to the fact that the site was part of a gateway setting to Elvetham Heath and to the Elvetham Heath design brief. What's your view as to whether it's likely, therefore, that the original design would have responded to those points made?
Yeah, as I said, it would have been, it would have been included at the time. It would have been read and coordinated as such at the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. Thank you, sir. That's the end of Mr. Pierce's. Oh, unless you have any questions, that's the end of Mr. Pierce's evidence.
I don't, Mr. Pierce. No further questions from me, but thank you for your contributions. We'll take a pause there for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
disappeared. Good morning, Mr. Roper.
Good morning.
I'm not going to ask you to go through all of your qualifications, etc. You've already been introduced to the inquiry, but I'm only going to focus on planning policy specific matters that you've addressed in your proof, and I'm going to try to avoid asking you questions in relation to the specific issues of why you consider the proposal is contrary to design policies and why you think the proposal is going to have an impact on the character of the area, etc. So if I do stray into those areas, you must say so if you think you've already covered it. What I'm going to do, first of all, in terms of your main proof of evidence, you've set out there the main policies or the policies that you consider the proposal conflicts with, and those are, just to remind ourselves, MBE 9 on design, INF 2, INF 2 on green infrastructure, SAVE policies Gen 1 and Con 8, and then also the retail policy ED4. Yes.
Yes.
Those are the ones you've identified as there being conflict with. Now, in terms of on the assumption that the inspector was to find that there was a conflict with either the design policies or the retail policies, one of the exercises the inspector will have to assess is the weight to be attached to those policies, and therefore the weight to be attached to the conflict or any conflict that he identifies with them. So in terms of, just briefly, in terms of consistency, and one of the facts I think will be common ground is whether or not those policies are consistent with national policy. Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
just briefly, policy, I mean, let's start with policy ED4 first of all. The consistency of that policy with the MPPF. I think you've set this out at 7.8 of your proof.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say it's consistent with the MPPF. Yeah.
In terms of the NB 9 design policy, any issue, or what's your analysis of consistency of the MPPF on that particular policy?
Yeah, I would say it's consistent with the MPPF. Yes.
And the Con 8 and Gen 8 policies also those sort of general ones in the saved local plan.
Yes.
Any particular issues there with consistency with the MPPF?
I would say they're consistent with the MPPF.
One of the in terms of policy INF 2, the green infrastructure policy, I think you've referred to, I can't remember if it's in your rebuttal or in your main proof, the other appeal decisions, sort of inspectorate decisions that have dealt with that. Now, I know there was some discussion about that yesterday, and Ms. Sargent took you to some of those findings, but of those appeal decisions and how they were the particular circumstances in which they were reached. But just in terms of, could you just explain just again, because it relates to the weightings of these policies? Why did you refer to those appeal decisions, and what conclusions do you ask the inspector to draw from them?
I referred to those decisions in paragraph 6.28 of my proof, simply to show that that policy has been given weight by inspectors in recent decisions. So I see no reason to not give full weight to that policy. I've not seen any appeal decisions where that's been called in question, that policy.
Okay. Now, again, I don't want to go back over the sort of landscape points, but policy Inf 2, it refers to green infrastructure. Could you just explain what is the, from a sort of policy perspective, what is the purpose of that policy? We've looked at various other, there's a landscape policy in the local plan, NBE2, but what's in it from a planning perspective, what is the purpose of INF2 and green infrastructure?
So, as I think we discussed yesterday, green infrastructure is defined in the NPPG and in our own policy as part of the local plan. And it's not just a landscape or environmental function, it also has an amenity function. So it covers the benefits provided by trees and other green features which form a network across the district, which have a variety of benefits. One of which is amenity, visual amenity, landscape character.
Are there any references? I think paragraph 11. Just to try and explain what green infrastructure is, you picked up a reference in the MPPG.
Yes.
Is that so? How does that inform your assessment of the weighting to be attached to INF2?
Well, that shows me that it's consistent with the MPPF and MPPG. So the MPPF has a environmental objective, which includes protecting and enhancing natural, built and historic environments. And I would say that's entirely consistent with that.
And I don't think, just to be clear, there's no definition in the MPPF, is there? Or is it just the MPPG?
No, I think it's the MPPG.
I see.
Yeah.
And is that what you've set out at 622?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So is there anything you want to add? The inspector will take, I'm assuming will take your proof as read, or in this respect, but is there anything else you want to add in terms of the weighting to be attached to the individual policies and consistency with national policy? I think I've covered it.
No, I don't think so. Okay. I just took myself to the MPPF. There is actually a
sorry,
but it's similar.
Okay, I thought that wasn't by the reference.
It is multifunctional green and blue spaces, natural features. It's consistent with those descriptions in the proof.
I see. So moving on from these individual policies, I want to just look at the next stage in the decision making that that you have looked at and that the inspector will have to follow, and that's a question of compliance with the development plan as a whole. Now, you have concluded that the 723 that the proposal conflicts with the development plan as a whole, and you've said that again at at 711 of your proof. So there's the conclusions in your main overall planning balance and also at 711. Now, without going through too many sort of hypotheticals here, because you'll no doubt be asked by these in cross-examination, but the scope in this inspection, we've got two fairly discrete issues. We've got retail impact and we've got impact on character of the area / design. So could you just explain how your conclusion that the proposal conflicts with the development plan as a whole? You just quickly take us through what happens if the inspector doesn't agree with, say, you on design, or if the inspector doesn't agree with Ms. Reeves on retail. Just briefly how would that inform your decision as compliance development plan as a whole?
Well, yeah, that would be up to the decision maker to conduct that balancing exercise. For me, in my opinion, having heard all the evidence, if one of the issues were to be acceptable, for example, if it was just retail harm in question, or if it was just the character harm, in my opinion, in both scenarios, the proposal would still conflict with the development plan when read as a whole.
Okay. Is that why is that? I mean,
because I think each of those harms are significant and should be significant weight. So design has central importance in national guidance and in our own policies. It's an important part of achieving sustainable development. And with retail, it's one of the strategic objectives of the NPPF to preserve or protect the vitality and viability of town centres. That's an aim of the planning system to achieve that. So I think they're both very important issues.
I'm going to ask you now, just at this stage, to look at what the appellant has said in its evidence. Now, you've submitted one of the issues that Mr. Moyers has raised in his planning proof of evidence, when initially exchanged, was the question as whether the Hart local plan should be considered out of date, and that's if you've got that reference, CD 10.6, paragraph 8.2. Yeah. Now you've set out a rebuttal on that. Could you just explain, well, first of all, the sort of genesis of this point? I mean, when did you first understand that this was something that the appellant was raising in its sort of planning analysis of the scheme and its conformity with planning policy?
So I first became aware of that as part of this proof of evidence, so exchange of proof of evidence stage. I would have expected it to have been raised earlier if that was a point which the appellant is making. It appears to be based on the fact that there was no review of the Hart local plan. But as I've set out in my rebuttal, there has been a review, so that's not something I agree with. And say the whole development plan is out of date for that reason, I don't think is correct in any case.
And that's what you set out in your analysis for that in the rebuttal, which the inspection can read.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Sorry to interject. A question's cropping up my side in relation to policy ED4.
Yep.
And I meant to ask you earlier, but it's a query my side in terms of what is your understanding as to why there is a threshold difference between policy quoting 1,000 square meters and the MPPF. What's the rationale behind that?
I don't have the background as to why that is the case. That would have been obviously when the policy was prepared, it was a locally set threshold, but I don't have the background to hand for that.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you.
So we're looking at out of datedness, and is there anything else you want to raise in anything further in the analysis in your rebuttal? You mentioned the review. There's work going on with the new local plan. Is there any other reason why you might think that the plan would be out of date, or is that?
No,
well, you don't think it's out of date, or why someone might think it's out of date?
Council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. My understanding is that doesn't automatically make all the policies in the local plan out of date. It would just engage the tilted balance where housing is involved. So I'm not aware of any appeal decisions where local plan has been called out of date. And the key policies relevant to this appeal are obviously the retail and design policies.
So policy most relevant, so that just need to be accurate, I think.
I think you set this out in rebuttal of paragraph 2.2. They just remind, I think everyone will be familiar with this, but it reminds paragraph 11 talks about where there are no relevant development plan policies or the policies which are most important.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So what
you're saying?
So yeah, paragraph 11D about the instances where the tilted balance is engaged. That is where a council doesn't have any relevant development plan policies or they're out of date. Now, out of date isn't defined, but in footnote 8, it talks about, I'll read it out. So footnote 8 says, this includes applications involving the provision of housing, situations where the local planning authority cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites. Whilst there's no definition, there's a variety of factors about what leads to a plan being out of date. The age isn't determinative, and even if it was out of date, it might affect the weight to be given to policies rather than just disregarding them completely.
All right. The final area I want to ask you about is sort of two sort of areas before we get into
your overall conclusion. So I think, and I'm going to need you to save time, but you've attached significant weight to the retail harm. But if the inspector was to agree with Ms. Reeves's analysis, you've attached significant weight to that.
Yes.
That harm.
Yeah.
And significant weight to the impact and character of the area and harm arising from poor design.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that I don't want to go over that. In terms of benefits, please, you've acknowledged in your proof some benefits. You just remind us what those are. I think you set them out at 22 and 20. That's a paragraph 716 of your proof.
Yes, so they include economic benefits, which includes creation of jobs and also temporary construction jobs. That's one of the benefits.
And I think you've also said another one at 716.
Use of PDL.
Previously developed land. Yeah, the use of previously developed land within the settlement boundary.
And how much weight do you attach to those?
I would attach significant weight to those.
Now, in terms of the the benefits that are advanced by the appellants in the appellant's planning evidence. Can you have a look at page 19 and 20 of Mr. Moyer's proof, please?
Yeah.
DD 10.6. He talks about significant material considerations being in favour of the proposal. So I just want to, because we don't have a sort of weightings table in the statements of common ground, I don't think, do we?
No.
So I just want to quickly, so the inspector understands where the difference between the parties, just quickly rattle through these. So proposal represents investment by the appellant site, and then it's the currently PDL, which is underutilised. So there's sort of benefits of being used PTL. So firstly, agree with Mr. Moore on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And agree significant weight. Yes.
Yes.
So no difference with him on that. Jobs presented by the appraisal, hiring of local people, and construction jobs. You've taken those together.
Yes.
And how much? Just to be clear, significant. How much weight are you attaching to that?
So together, I say significant weight.
Okay. Now over the page, page 20, the proposed development will enable the introduction of a food retailer not currently represented to the market. This would provide for improved customer choice and competition. Now, let's assume we're in a world where there is the inspector has identified a conflict with ED4, and say has decides that there would be significant adverse impact to harm to the town centre. Nonetheless, we would still have a food retailer arriving on scene, and that Mr. Moore is saying that would provide for improved customer choice and competition. So under that scenario, how much weight would you give to that particular benefit? This idea that there's going to be more competition and improved customer choice.
Was that the scenario where the inspector found harm?
Yes.
Yeah. I would say no weight should be given to that, because it would be inherently at the expense of the vitality and viability of Heath town centre. And obviously I'm not aware of any shortage of retail options or policy which promotes retail options. And it's not a strategic planning objective to promote retail choice, but it is a strategic planning objective to protect the vitality of town centres. And
the other scenario, if we're in a world where there's a retail, there's no impact on the health, there's no significant adverse impact on Fleet town centre. In that scenario, the introduction of improved customer choice and competition, that scenario,
I would say that would be very limited weight to that.
So you go up a little bit in that scenario.
There'd be some, yeah. There would be retail choice, but it's not. I would say it's a very limited benefit.
Okay. Now the next one he's raised is commercial development proposal, live in the short term, and then jobs and economic benefits. Any additional weight to that, or is that wrapped up in your?
I think that's already addressed under what I said was significant.
He's mentioned some further benefits. 8.7 PDL, the development is on previously developed land, and it talks about excellent example of sustainability. Any comments on that? Is that the same?
In terms of the PDL, that's wrapped into my earlier.
Yeah.
But I don't know what's meant by excellent example of sustainability, other than being located in the settlement boundary, which can be wrapped up with utilising land.
See. and biodiversity net gain, it said it's going to be in excess of 19% biodiversity net gain. What weight would you attach to that BAG benefit?
I think I could only attach weight to what's additional above what's statutory. So there's a statutory requirement for 10% BNG. So I'd say moderate weight could be applied to that as a benefit.
And then finally, 8.8, the accessibility of the proposals mentioned, and it said that encourages sustainable shopping patterns, making a positive contribution to the health of the community, and there are also benefits through Lidl's community engagement support to local charities. What weights do you attach to those two specific factors?
Well, I'm not aware of the specific charity and community engagement factors, so I can't attach any weight to that, I would say. In terms of sustainable shopping patterns, it is a sustainable location in terms of it being within the settlement boundary, but there is a large Morrison's and other facilities nearby already. So I'd have to attach only moderate weight to that as a benefit.
Now, taking all those things together, so if you got any, I mean, your overall conclusion, I think you set out in your proof, is Finance Development Plan as a whole, and no other material considerations sufficient weight to outweigh that 73.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to add? I mean, you've covered those weightings on balance, the weightings that will feed into that balance. So is there anything else you want to add about that, or anything that Mr. Moyer said at this stage that you want to make any observation about?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you very much. So that's Mr. Roper's evidence of truth.
Okay, thank you. I'll invite cross-examination now, please.
Thank you. So hello again, Mr. Raper. So on retail, even if the inspector were to conclude, I think this is common ground, but even if the inspector were to conclude that there is conflict with ED4 and with paragraph 95 of the MPPF, it doesn't, of course, mean that he would have to refuse planning permission and dismiss the appeal, does it?
No, it would be a conflict and a harm which would be weighed into the balance. Yes.
Yeah, and for ED4, obviously that's a development plan policy, and as you were discussing with Mr. Neil just now, the question for the inspector ultimately for the statute and for 38.6 is whether the scheme accords with the development plan overall.
Yeah.
And similarly, conflict with one policy in the MPPF doesn't mean that planning permission has to be refused.
Not necessarily, no.
Now, on design, and again, I'm also obviously going to try not to go back over things we were discussing yesterday, but there's been a bit of a theme that came out of the design and landscape evidence where your oral evidence was that significant, I think for you, means different things in landscape terms than in planning terms. So I've dealt with what you understand or you say that significant means in landscape terms, but I want to explore how you've approached significant as a planner. And so when you say because your evidence to me yesterday was you don't dispute the conclusions of the LVIA, but you exercised a planning judgment as a planner. You come to a conclusion of significant harm for reasons refusal 2 and 3, yes?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure where we're going with this, but there have been some questions to my witnesses around, just because something's not significant doesn't mean it has to be doesn't have to be taken into account. So, as a planner, when you say something is significant, are you using that as the threshold between effects that don't need to be given consideration and then effects that do need to be given consideration? Is that what you're using significant to mean?
No.
Okay. So you're not using it for that. Are you using significant to mean that it's a particular level of harm?
Yes.
Right. And because Mr. Neal's suggestion to, I can't remember which witness it was now, but to one of my witnesses yesterday was that anything above negligible in terms of levels of harm would be significant. Is that your position as well?
Well, anything above negligible is harmful, and the amount of harm has to be evaluated. So it could be, well, identify harm which is not significant.
Right. So you don't take the view that, all I really want to know is, there's zero harm, negligible harm, then you can use whatever terminology you like, but generally people obviously have scales, don't they? So Mr. Neal seemed to be suggesting yesterday that on the scale, basically there was nothing negligible and then significant, but it sounds like you don't conceptualize it like that. So what do you mean when you say to the inspector that you think there's significant harm in planning terms?
Oh, I mean on that scale. So you have significant, but there can be harms which are less than that. You could have a moderate amount of harm. You could characterize it as less than significant harm, I would say as well.
But it's not really, I'm not trying to trip you up, but I just able to kind of work out how this filters through the analysis. But the question more broadly, what is the scale of harm that you as a planner use when you're saying to the inspector there's significant harm? Have you only got two categories of significant or not significant, or do you have a scale from, as we've been discussing, negligible, moderate, whatever else, significant, substantial? I want to know internally what the scale is that you apply when you're assessing the level of harm as a planner.
I think you could say something would have moderate harm as well. So moderate, significant, substantial is the usual scale in what we use in weighting. So
I'd like to ask you a question on this point as well. Are you using the word significant in an everyday English language sense?
Yes.
Yes. And the distinction is, unlike the witnesses, you're using it in that sense, whereas the witnesses are grading the word significant in a technical report.
Yes.
Is that more or less the difference?
I think that's correct. I think you can't compare necessarily significant in the terms you would use in planning to the scales in a TVIA, for example.
Or say an environmental statement.
Yes.
That would grade it in a particular way.
Yeah.
So can I take it that you are using the word in a plain English sense rather than necessarily a technical,
I would say so.
document sense?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So actually, you're not. The answer to my question was that you haven't applied any internal scale at all. Then
there's no scale written down, but it's
not a criticism. So it's not a criticism. It's just I just want to understand Um,
If I found a different level of harm, I could have used a different word than significant.
but you are using it to imply a particular level of harm then, which isn't, I think, quite what the inspector was just suggesting.
Well, it's the correct description of the harm I've identified as a word to use, significant. If I found a different level of harm, I could use a different word.
Yeah, but then that does tell me that I had understood correctly that it's not a crit. I'm not trying to have an argument with you at this point in time about whether you got the level right. I just want to know, in your head, does significance equate to a level of harm? So, you know, we yesterday with the landscape evidence, we were taken to the bit in the LVIA that says, you know, for the purposes of the LVIA, significant means a particular level of harm. I can't remember where the threshold is, but it's, you know, more than moderate, major stuff and above is significant, and the things under that are not significant. And I understand that you don't, it's not how you have approached it as a planner, right? So now I want to know where, you know, what are you doing with significance as a planner? Because I think you are saying that you're still using it as relating to a level of harm. So there would be possibly, and we'll come back to this, but there could be lower levels that are somewhat, you know, negligible or somewhat harmful, but not significant. There could be substantial levels above that. But I had understood until your response to the inspector that you were employing some sort of, you know, scale of levels of effect.
Level of effect is a judgment, but it's not within a defined scale. So if it was a different scheme, you might say it would have just a harmful effect, or it might have a moderately harmful effect. It's the descriptive word for that level.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. There's not. I wish there were. Our jobs would be vastly easier, I think, but there isn't a published scale. But you know, you yourself have just acknowledged on a different scheme, you might have found moderate harm or moderate effect, or substantial harm, substantial effect. So I think in your head, and this isn't a criticism, I just want to understand where on your scale we are. There's a scale that seems to be along the lines of negligible, moderate, significant, substantial. Is that right?
You could describe it like that. Yes.
No, but is that?
Well,
I'm not interested in what somebody else could do. I just want, you know, I might, if I was to have this conversation with Mr. Moyer, sometimes you have planning witnesses who have 7 or 8 categories. I just want to understand how, and it's nobody's right or wrong, but what, when you come to think about what level of harm do you think there is, what are the sort of categories that are potentially available to you?
Well, I think it's fair to say I haven't got a number of categories in my head, but you could have significant, you could have just the word harmful would also be adequate to describe, depending on the situation. So if you're saying there's a bank of words I'm drawing upon.
Well, I mean, I suppose coming back to the inspector's question, when you say significant, do you just mean what a layperson might understand by that? Or are you sort of internally in your head thinking, okay, well, I could have said it was just harmful, but I think it's a bit worse than that, but it's not so bad as to be substantial, so I'll put it at significant.
Yes, but I think both those things are true. It's the normal meaning of the word, but if you were put it into a scale, there's things below it and above it.
Yeah, but do you, because I don't, to be honest, I don't think I'm not sure lay people really do go around, you know, applying scales when they say something significant.
I don't know. I think it has a normal meaning. I don't think there's any doubt there. It's
in your head, a significant effect is fairly described as something that is more than just a harmful effect and less than a substantially harmful effect. Is that?
Yes,
that's okay. Is it okay?
Thing to say yes.
Just one point I want to come to on the sort of role of the input from the other witnesses on this. So retail, we have a policy test that does involve a judgment on significance, yes, because the ultimate question is, there's an adverse impact on vitality and viability. Is that a significant one, correct?
Yeah.
You are not suggesting that you would take a different view to Ms. Reeves on the question of whether any adverse effects are significant, are you?
No, I defer to her evidence.
So why then are you taking a different approach to the landscape and design evidence, where the LVIA, which is similarly a technical document, prepared by landscape specialists in the same way that Ms. Reeves' evidence is technical evidence prepared by her as a retail specialist? Why have you intervened in relation to landscape, but you're not intervening with the retail witness evidence?
Because as we've discussed yesterday, a TVIA will only tell you so much, but it's related to character, which is a subjective area where planning officers regularly make judgments and would never rely on a technical document to determine the acceptability of a proposal, whereas retail, as we've seen, is obviously a very technical area where a planner we don't have the same ability to interpret retail harm necessarily without input from a consultant. And a lot of it comes down to technical details and figures. Whereas character is a more holistic area where judgment is needed, and regularly planners have to make judgments on that.
But I mean, judgment, ultimately the retail, it's all judgments. Whether an impact for retail is significant is a judgment, isn't it?
Yes, and I see no reason to depart from Miss Reeves' evidence, and I rely on her. I defer to her evidence.
Right, well, I will ask Mr. Moyer whether he agrees with that approach. Going on to the harms that you identify and the weighting that you've given to them. We agree, don't we, that in terms of design harm, and I'm assuming for these purposes that the inspector prefers the council's evidence to ours, we can agree that the weight to be given to any design harm should be influenced by the extent to which it has landscape, character, and visual effects.
Part of the consideration of character harm.
But it comes back to the point I put to you yesterday, which is if we've got a sinfully house, but it's in some sort of subterranean environment where nobody sees it and it has no impact on the landscape character, then you wouldn't give as much harm to that design harm as you would if it was sat in a conservation area with bad landscape character and visual effects, would you?
Yes, yeah, correct. But you could equally have talk about other examples. If you have a field in the middle of nowhere which isn't publicly accessible, it doesn't mean you need to forego design. It just means it won't be prominent or publicly visible, for example. So there's lots of examples you could use for that. But yes, I would agree that that's part of the consideration.
This point around the direction of the cladding, small point, but you wouldn't be, if that was the only point about which way does the timber cladding go, you would not be suggesting planning permission should be refused for that, would you?
No.
Thank you. Just on the sort of relationship between design harm, I mean, you've given significant weight to it, but you agree with me that the weight actually should be influenced by the extent to which it has landscape character and visual effects. Your significant weight doesn't reflect the fact that we all agree the landscape character and visual effects are as described in the LVIA. So not in technical landscape terms significant. That's not something that a weighting of significant reflects at all, is it?
It reflects the fact that everything's been considered together, and the things we've talked about yesterday, the design, the gateway, location, the trees, etc. So yes, it's part of it, but our conclusion is different.
But it's, I mean, do you have a category of weight above significant, or is that the highest one?
Well, as we've discussed earlier, you could have something that's more than significant, I suppose.
Okay, so
you could say something that was very significant.
Right. Okay, so are you trying to say to me that if you would have given more weight to the design harm if it had had worse character and visual effects, but you know, to acknowledge the fact that they're limited, you've given it less weight as a harm?
Yes, yeah, it could have been higher, but the scheme before us is identified as significant.
We then go to your proof of evidence, please.
Yeah.
Go to paragraph 7.18. You say at the end of that paragraph, refusal of the appeal scheme wouldn't preclude a more sensitive and appropriate form of development coming forward on the appeal site. Is that point something that has influenced the weight that you've given to the harms here?
No. It's just that's just a point to say we're not objecting to the site being developed in some way, and there's lots of different ways it could be developed, and refusing this proposal doesn't prevent the development of previously developed land. That's the point I'm making in that paragraph.
Right, but you haven't essentially made the statement and then sort of altered your weighting of harms up or down with that in mind?
No.
Okay, because what we do know around the potential for alternative schemes is that absolutely nothing productive has happened on this site for nearly 30 years.
Yes, but yeah.
And then 719, where you're still dealing with harms here, 719 and 720. I mean, when I was reading through this, all you say at 720 is the proposal would result in the removal of TPO trees in the form of 47 trees and part of a group of trees. In terms of the loss of trees, there's no acknowledgement when you're giving weight to the harm of the replacement planting, is there?
Well, it's dealt with earlier, and that that was dealt with earlier in the
proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not covered in benefits though. I know you've dealt with it in the body of the proof, but we're now in the planning balance section. And when I read the planning balance section, I see your benefits section, which doesn't refer to it. And then when we get to harms, you just say lots of trees will be lost. The right approach would be to consider the weight to be given to the net position, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I could have said, and also the proposed replacement landscaping does not compensate. That's what I could have said, yes.
Oh, it's what you should have said, because when we're thinking about harms, it's not correct to invite the inspector just to say to himself, oh, well, there will be 47 trees lost, and then that's very harmful. You should be asking him to look at what the finished position will be, shouldn't you?
Yes, I accept that, yes. I should have perhaps included that in that section, but I did address it earlier on in the proof, yes.
Yeah, but when you are giving significant weight to this sort of overall design and character harm, you're doing that on the premise of the 47 trees being lost, aren't you?
Yes. I mean, I obviously knew about the proposed replacement, but I haven't explicitly said it there. I accept that.
You also say here the appeal scheme represents a standardized design response. I mean, I'm not going to go back over the evidence, but it's not, I hope this isn't what you're suggesting, but it's not correct that the scheme design is just the standard little store, is it?
In terms of the form of it and the layout of it, I think as I've said in the proof, that's what it appears to be rather than a context-led design.
Right, so the form and layout is standard. Apart from the roof, I don't think, though, you've actually put forward any positive evidence as to why form or layout is a problem. The points you told me that you were worried about yesterday were roof form and landscaping, I think.
But it's the blank elevation, which we
and the elevation,
about.
Sorry, yeah.
And that's the siting of the building on the site. And if that's the standard approach to have a blank elevation, then that is suddenly on the most important elevation of the site. That's what I mean by layout. That's where the building is going. That is what is proposed.
At the very least, there should be an acknowledgement in this paragraph that the design response has been varied in certain respects from, actual standard little design.
Again, that's something I dealt with earlier. I acknowledged the work, for example, but I said that wasn't sufficient to reflect that context. So in this summary section, I haven't gone into that level of detail.
Okay, I was slightly offended by the return to the use of the word standardised when, as we all acknowledge, there have been attempts made to progress beyond that. I appreciate you don't agree with Mr. Pearce as to ultimately whether they are sufficient, but that's not really the point. 721. Can you just clarify this for me, please? You say you're attaching significant weight to the harm to the character of the area and significant weight to the conflict with the relevant development plan policies. So how have you actually gone about that? Are those two separate things? So have you put significant weight against the scheme because of the design harm, and then another round of significant weight against the scheme because of the policy conflict?
Right, it's one thing.
One thing.
Perhaps that comma shouldn't be there, perhaps, but It's all one consideration.
So one significant weight against the scheme to reflect the design harm, including the associated policy
I give
conflict.
significant weight to the conflict with policy and significant weight to the harm, but the harm, it's obviously all one. We use the policies to assess the harm.
And I think you're saying it's just one thing, but what you haven't done, and the reason I picked up on this is because when you look at the benefits, you don't say there, I've given significant weight to these benefits and significant weight to the policy compliance, do you?
No, I haven't said that, no.
And that would be the wrong approach the approach in your text where on the harms, you're saying, well, there's significant weight to the harms themselves and significant weight to the policy conflict. But then for the benefits, you're just saying there's significant weight to the benefit and you don't talk about the policies at all. That would be a very wonky approach to the planning balance, wouldn't it?
Yes, I accept I haven't identified the policies it complies with. That's correct.
So in terms of the harms, I just want to make sure I've understood this correctly. Where we've got to is on your evidence, you give significant weight to the retail harm. That's number one. And then the second harm is that you give significant weight to the design harm that you identify. Yeah?
Yeah.
Nothing else.
No.
Thank you. And then benefits. It's 716. I think you've probably helpfully covered some of this off actually in your evidence in chief. Yeah, just to clarify, so 716, you refer to the job creation and then use of PDL as two benefits, and you say significant weight to both, but then you've got a new paragraph at 717 that refers to sustainable development, efficient and effective use of land, and redevelopment of PDL, and you give significant weight to that. But is that a third benefit, or is that actually the second benefit that you're talking about again?
It's talking about the same benefit. It's just reiterating that same one.
Right. So in 716 and 717, we've got two different benefits. So we've got the job creation benefit and then the reuse of PDL benefit, and you're giving significant weight to both of those, yeah?
Yep.
You? And consumer choice, I think in your evidence in chief you acknowledge, but you've given very limited weight to. Now, yeah, I do want to ask you about this. You said you were giving it moderate weight because you can only attach weight to the 9% that's beyond the policy requirement of 10%. The clue's in the name, it's biodiversity net gain. So the entire 19% is a gain, yeah?
Yes.
So it's a net benefit.
Well, it's a statutory requirement to achieve 10%. It's written into law, and if it can't be achieved, it has to be achieved by some other way. So there's no way around it. So it's an element of compliance with minimum standards, I would say. Not. I know it is a net gain, but it's a statutory requirement. So my view would be benefits come when you're going above the statutory level.
But in factual terms, the benefit, in factual terms, leave the statute aside for a moment, in factual terms, the benefit is the entire 19%, correct?
The net gain would be the 19%,
Yeah, and all of that is beneficial, isn't it? It's a gain.
So, yes.
Right. So there is a benefit, 19%. Yeah.
Yes, but the how much weight you give to that, I think, depends on whether it's above what's required, I would say.
Right. But your approach does require the inspector analytically to ignore the fact that there is a factual benefit of 10%, which you want him to give no weight to.
I personally think a 10% BNG should have limited weight attached to it.
So it's not none, it's limited. We're already moving. Limited,
because you can't deny if there's a BNG, there's a BNG.
I mean, it's also, though, completely wrong, isn't it, to say that where a benefit is a requirement, whether of statute or policy, you give it no weight because it's something that has to be provided to get the scheme over the line. Let's take affordable housing. You may be somewhere that has a 50% policy requirement for affordable housing. You would never in a million years say to a decision maker, if they have an extensive affordable housing need, that no weight should be given to the affordable housing position because there's a policy requirement to provide it, would you?
No, but in that case, there's particular specific difficulties with delivering affordable housing, which makes policy compliance not the norm in that instance. The BNG is set into law.
Yeah.
There's no negotiations there, whereas affordable housing is slightly different because you can argue your way with viability arguments out of it, and if it does provide it, that's usually the exception rather than the norm.
But the fact that the government has seen fit, I mean, the government could have left matters as they were, could have said, I'll leave it to local planning authorities or decide what policy they went on BNG. It could have said, we'll put BNG in the MPPF at 10%, and we'll leave it there, and then it's policy. So, people ultimately can do what they like. The government has gone well beyond that, and as you say, has made it impossible for people to wriggle out of providing this 10%, which indicates to me, and I hope you can agree, that the government thinks BNG is very important, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right. And this council has spent much time this week explaining the importance of green infrastructure and trees. So, I mean, realistically, it's not correct to suggest that the 10% of the BNG should only be given limited weight. All of it, I mean, there's plenty of people who've been happy to give it significant weight. All of it, at the very least, should be given the moderate weight that you ascribe to it.
For the 19% BNG, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got job creation, reuse of PDL. You say very limited weight to Mr. Moyer's consumer choice point, moderate weight to the 19% BNG. Didn't want to give any weight to the charity contribution. The inspector can make his mind upon that. There was one more point in your evidence in chief, I think, to do with sustainability of shopping patterns that you gave moderate weight to. Does that sound right? I just didn't get a note down very well.
Yeah, which I assume to mean serving shoppers who travel there by sustainable, short distances or sustainable means. I'm not entirely sure, but
I mean, does that the one benefit we haven't discussed at all yet is the provision of the cycle path? Do you account for that? You haven't accounted for this in your proof, but how do you
it's not
account for
been
that?
put forward as a benefit either in any of the evidence, but the highways measures I take to be requirement of the county highway authority to make the proposal acceptable in planning terms. It doesn't go beyond that, in my view.
We're back to where we were before, though, aren't we? That's just not the approach to take.
If something like highways improvements are required in a Section 106 agreement and by the highway authority to make something acceptable, then that is mitigating the additional impacts or demands of that development. And there might be some incidental benefit to people who happen to be using that bit of highway, but that's purely incidental rather than a public benefit, I would say.
But it's a thing that members of the public will benefit from using, isn't it? It's definitionally a public benefit. You might want to. I'm not going to tell you have to agree with me that we give it significant weight, but we should be giving it at least some weight, shouldn't we?
I think it's a neutral factor in this case.
Mm-hmm. Even though you do accept that the public will be able to use it, and some of them at least will benefit from that.
The public will be able to use it, and there'll be some incidental benefits, but in planning terms, it's a neutral factor because it's required to make the development acceptable in highways terms.
Right, okay. So the overall planning balance, and this is on your evidence, not ours, is significant weight to the retail harm and significant weight to the design harm. That's the negative side of the balance. And then on the positive side of the balance, significant weight to the economic benefits of job creation, significant weight to the reuse of PDL, moderate weight to the biodiversity net gain, moderate weight to the sustainability shopping patterns point, very limited weight to consumer choice. But I mean, very obvious, on your own case, the benefits outweigh the harms, don't they?
No, because the planning balance is not a mathematical exercise. It's not a numerical exercise. It doesn't mean if you have 2 harms and 2 benefits, they cancel each other out. It depends on the nature of those harms and the benefits and the context of the case. In this case, as I've said before, and in my conclusion, section of town centre, the vitality and viability of town centres is part of achieving sustainable development. It's a strategic objective of NPPF, and design policies have central importance in the NPPF and our own policies, and it's a key component of sustainable development. So in the planning balance, it's obviously a nuanced exercise. It's not adding them up, if you like. It's far more nuanced than that.
But you've gone to the trouble of according weight in your planning balance to the different benefit. I'm not suggesting it's a numerical exercise, because my question to you was not there are 2 harms and 5 benefits, therefore you lose, we win. You have gone further and you've told the inspector the weight, the positive weights and the negative weights that he puts in the balance, and it's a balance. And fundamentally, on your own weightings, your balance does not come out negative, does it, Mr. Raper?
Yes, it does. I
How?
disagree with that. Well, as I just said, it's not. You said it's not a numerical exercise, and then you've said you've got these benefits and these harms, therefore it's acceptable. You have to look at the individual context of the case and the issues at play, which is what I've done. And
but how
is a matter for the decision maker in the planning balance?
It's not. I mean, it is we agree it is a balance, don't we? It's not. There's some quite odd reference in a famous case about Humpty Dumpty. The inspector can't just put his finger in the air and decide which way he wants to go. It's a balance in which the task for the inspector is to identify the harm and the benefit, to ascribe weight to those, and then to balance them. That is agreed, isn't it? Otherwise, we will be here for the rest of the day. Right. Mm. And into that balancing exercise, when we put your weights in, the scales come down in favour of permission, don't they?
No. And obviously, within significant, you know, it's all on a spectrum. You can have 2 significant competing things, but it's in that balancing exercise where you consider the individual case. That's literally what the balance is.
What about the position if the council is not successful on one of the two main issues? So if the inspector agrees with the appellant on the retail case that, you know, there isn't a significant adverse impact and there isn't any harm, do you still contend that even then, when the only thing you've got on the negative side of the balance is a significant harm to the design, the scales are still coming down in favour of refusal?
Yes, as I said to Mr. Neal, that is the case, I believe.
Similarly, I imagine you're going to tell me that even if it were only the retail harm on the negative side, you'd still be suggesting that the scales are coming down in favour of refusal.
Yes.
Right, development plan policy, please. Could we turn up ED4? Again, hypothetically assuming your case prevails for the purpose of this exercise. So if you're right on the retail case, the only part of this policy that there would be non-compliance with is the last paragraph, yeah?
Yes.
So that there would be, on your case, there's non-compliance, but it's partial in terms of the policy overall, because obviously, you know, it also deals with the sequential test, which we haven't got a problem with. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then could we please go to Gen 1, which is in the other local plan document 4.2. Let me know when you're there. So we can see this is a list of 13 requirements. The council's case is there's non-compliance with one of the 13, number one, yeah?
Yeah.
And actually, as you and I discussed yesterday, the only points you identify within that as problematic are design and landscaping, yeah?
Yeah.
So again, on the council's case, partial conflict with Gen 1. And then back at the local plan, can we go next to NBE 9, please? Now, I went through this with you yesterday, and the position we ended up with is that your case is that there is conflict with D of this policy, yeah?
Yeah. And the first sentence.
Yeah, well, I'm obviously going to deal with that point in submissions because your initial answer was that you weren't taking that point and then you changed your mind. So, okay, D and the first paragraph. But in any event, that's still a partial conflict, isn't it?
Yes, you'd be hard pressed to conflict with every one of those points.
Yeah, I mean, you would hope not to. Can I just check something? There was a lot of questioning of Mr. Pierce around the second sentence of A and innovative building designs. You're not saying that there's any conflict with that second sentence, are you? We did do this yesterday, but I just want to double check.
No.
Thank you. And then INF2, please.
Yeah.
Now, I'll come back to one. You're not, I think, alleging a conflict with B, are you? Given that that says where possible and it's not an absolute requirement?
Yeah.
Sorry, by yes, do you
Yeah,
mean no, I'm not?
Yes. No, I'm not. Yes.
And I think you are asserting a conflict with C, are you?
Yes.
But if, and this is around whether the adverse impacts have been fully mitigated or not, if the inspector were to conclude that there hadn't been a full mitigation adverse impacts, he would need, in deciding what weight to give to that conflict, he would need to take into account the extent of the failure to mitigate, wouldn't he?
Yes.
No conflict with D.
No.
Insofar as there's a paragraph at the end, you're not taking any point around accessibility, are you?
No.
Are you saying that there's a problem in terms of both quantity and quality, or only one?
Quantity.
Quantity. And just going back up to work out where we've landed on your case on A, I understood that you're asserting that there would be a loss of the network. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's not going to be a fragmentation, though, is there?
No.
And you're not saying there would be a significant impact on the function, are you?
No.
Now, I do just want to go back on this question of how the MPPF and this policy sit together. I mean, the points that are being taken against us here then are there would be loss of the green, well, a partial loss of the green infrastructure network, and that impact has not been fully mitigated. There isn't any policy in the MPPF in those terms, is there?
Well, the MPPF is obviously a high-level document, and it sets out, under achieving sustainable development, it sets out an environmental objective to achieving sustainable development, which includes protecting and enhancing the natural environment. And it goes on to talk specifically about trees. So I would say that's consistent with the MPPF.
That wasn't my question. There is not, could you get the MPPF out, please?
Yeah.
So there's a definition of green infrastructure in the glossary, yeah?
Yeah.
And then there's a reference to it in paragraph 20, which is dealing with strategic policies. So not something that's relevant to what we're doing here.
Yeah.
There's a reference in paragraph 96C, which is talking about reducing health inequalities, and is not a provision you're asserting we've got any issue with.
Yep.
Then there's a reference at 164A, which is talking about protection from climate change impacts. Again, not something we're concerned with here. Correct?
Correct.
And then there's a reference at 188, which again is dealing with plan making, so not what we're doing here. Yeah.
Yep.
And then there's a reference at 199, which is dealing, I think, with air quality. Again, not something we're concerned with here. Correct?
Yeah.
So the NPPF has dealt with the concept of green infrastructure. The government has not seen fit to have a policy requirement that says you will not be compliant with policy if there is any loss of green infrastructure or you do not mitigate adverse impacts on green infrastructure. That's not something in the NPPF, is it?
But I think it's a broader thing. Obviously, as I said a minute ago, it's the overarching environmental objective of the planning system includes protecting and enhancing natural environment, and I think that is consistent with that.
Let's approach it this way, though. If we didn't have the local plan, or let's put it this way, if the local plan was worded as the MPPF is, and we wouldn't, and that was the thing we were talking about, we just wouldn't be sat here because there wouldn't be a policy conflict, would there?
Well, it would be about the trees, and the MPPF isn't as prescriptive as local policies generally.
Yeah, if we were hypothetically, INF2 was only properly reflecting the content of the MPPF, you wouldn't be sat there saying there was a conflict with it, would you?
I would, because the loss of trees, well, it depends on if it's mapped. It is mapped in the borough, the Green Infrastructure Network, so we know it is. We can quantify it, and it would fall under that, the provision for trees generally and the natural environment.
Yeah, but that's the tree policy, and you've got a tree policy in the local plan. It's Con 8, I think, isn't it? Or that's the one you're pointing to.
No, yeah, but the overarching, within the MPPF, there's an overarching recognition that you need to protect and enhance the natural environment.
Yeah, but there's no policy that says you can't have any loss of green infrastructure, is there?
That would be a consideration.
Is there?
If the proposal results in lots of trees, if that was your policy, you'd assess it against whether it protects the natural environment.
No, there is no policy in the MPPF that says there cannot be a loss of green infrastructure, is there?
Not in those terms. It doesn't say that, but there's an overarching recognition of the importance of trees and the natural environment, and you could interpret that depending on the case about if there's a loss of green infrastructure or trees.
No, but I mean, we've also, it's no use referring to trees, Mr. Raper. We've also already looked at the MPPF policy on trees. It's in 136. And as you and I went through earlier this week, again, it's not an absolute prohibition on tree loss.
Yeah, if that was my only policy I had, there's enough there, I think, to say that it would conflict with that. That's what I'm saying.
Put it this way, if we were to take the references to green infrastructure, which we've just looked at, file them into a green infrastructure policy in the local plan, we wouldn't be sitting here if that was the problem, because none of that is offended by this scheme at all.
If you were limiting yourself to the phrase green infrastructure, obviously that the very first section of the MPPF sets out the objectives in achieving sustainable development, which is what the planning system is here for.
All right, and Con 8, as we discussed yesterday, let's just get that one back out actually to look at the text, please. CD 4.2. Let me know when you're there.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, insofar as this policy is purporting to have an absolute requirement for replacement planting to be undertaken, then again, it's not supported by the MPPF, is it? Went through this yesterday.
Yeah, in terms of, yes, yeah.
Yeah, so when you in evidence in chief said that it's consistent with the MPPF, it's not, because it's not consistent with the more limited approach taken in paragraph 136.
Well, yeah, but that talks about trees being retained wherever possible. how that aligns with that. You could argue that still, I think, but
And it's not consistent because the MPPF is a more relaxed requirement in that you retain the trees wherever possible, but the MPPF doesn't go on to say, and if you can't retain them, you have to replant, does it?
no.
So it's not consistent with the MPPF. I mean, it's a very old policy. It's not really surprising, is it, Mr. Raper, that development industry might be taking a slightly gentler approach here?
Yes, but I think the issue comes. Oh yes, yeah.
Right. So where we've ended up on your evidence then is partial conflict with ED4, partial conflict with Gen 1, partial conflict with MBE 9, and partial conflict with INF2, and then the Con 8 point, no conflict with any other policies.
Apart from the MPPF and
Development plan,
God,
sorry, I was
yes,
just
yeah.
on the development plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no conflict, as we discussed yesterday, with NBE 2, which is the landscape policy. And I noted that at paragraph 4.5 of your proof, if we turn that up, you identify MBE 2 as one of the policies of most relevance to the reasons for refusal.
Yeah. Apologies, that shouldn't be there. It's obviously don't discuss it further. But I believe that came from an earlier statement from the council, but I don't identify conflict with that policy.
When you say that shouldn't be there, do you mean that MBE 2 shouldn't have been in that list in your proof? Is that just an error?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I mean, that's the extent of the policy conflict. It's not reasonable to continue to claim that there is overall development plan compliance, is it? Non-compliance,
I think that is correct. There's lots of policies. Just because not all the policies will be relevant, it can't. I disagree with that.
If the inspector is only with the council on the retail case, then the only policy conflict would be with ED4, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, there would be compliance with the development plan overall, wouldn't there?
No, I think it still conflicts with the development plan. It's an important policy, important material consideration. I don't see how you could say it would comply when read as a whole.
Well, because if the only part of the council's case that is upheld is retail, there would be conflict with one part of one policy of the development plan. It is impossible for there to be a lower level of development plan conflict. So yes, I do say that in that circumstance, there would not be compliance with the development plan overall. And that's right, isn't it?
I don't, that's not my understanding of that, no.
Have you ever refused a decision that only conflicted with part of one development plan policy?
Yes, I believe so. It all depends on the particular case, doesn't it? You won't approve something. Well, I won't go into analogies, but no, I don't accept that.
And final, sorry, sir, I am aware of the time, but I've just got a couple more questions and I'm finished. So yeah, the final question is the one that you've addressed in your rebuttal about whether the development plan's out of date or up to date. Now, in terms of consistency with the MPPF and being relevant to that, Con 8, we've just discussed, we've agreed that isn't consistent with the MPPF, correct?
Yeah.
And INF2, there appears to still be a disagreement between us, but our position is that that is not consistent with the MPPF. Where have you actually finally ended up on that, Mr. Aper? Are you still saying it is consistent with the MPPF?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Also, as the inspector pointed out, the appellant hasn't taken any points on this, but ED4 doesn't entirely reflect the wording in paragraph 95 of the MPPF, does it? The threshold is different.
It doesn't, but it specifically says unless there's a locally set threshold, so it's built into the policy that.
Yeah, okay.
But I just don't know background of how that figure was reached at this moment in time. That's all.
But if the inspector agrees with the appellant that Con 8 and INF 2 are inconsistent with the MPPF, it would be open to him to conclude that the most important policies are out of date here, wouldn't it?
Well, they're the most important policies in terms of green infrastructure and retail. So for those points, the inspector may come to the conclusion that conclusion. It's not one that I would, in my evidence, as you can see, not one that I would agree with.
Yeah, but when we look at paragraph 11 of the MPPF, the question is, so we're looking at 11, or we're interrogating whether 11D is engaged. And the question is, are the policies that are most important for determining the application out of date? I mean, I don't think this is going to be in dispute between the parties. The exercise that's required for that is to consider, the basket of the most important policies and reach a view overall about whether they're up to date or out of date. Yes.
Yes, you have to consider the policy, the individual policies.
Yeah. No. I mean, I take the point you've made about this isn't a housing case, and therefore, we're not automatically sent straight through to paragraph 8 because of the housing position. Fine, but the Con 8 and INF 2 are some of the most important policies for determining the application. Yeah.
For the matters of green infrastructure and retail.
Not retail. I'm not talking about retail actually. Con 8 and INF 2
for green infrastructure.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's a judgment for the inspector overall as to whether the inconsistency of those policies with the MPPF means that, on a fair conclusion, the most important policies are out of date, correct?
Yes. But as I've said in my proof, full weight has been given to INF, the green infrastructure policy, in appeal decision. So I see no reason why I would depart from that view.
Yeah, I mean, you're not, though, suggesting, this is probably a matter for submissions, but you're not suggesting the inspector has to follow the decisions of those previous inspectors, are you?
No, but there are consideration which indicates to me that there's no issue with that policy in giving weight to it.
Yeah,
it's a consideration.
It's
a material consideration. That's mine.
Your view. Well, we went through all of that yesterday. I mean, I am afraid my view and my closing submissions are going to be that one of those inspectors was wrong in law. So, we've been through all of that and I'm not going to spend more time on it. Thank you very much, Mr. Aper. Thank you, sir. That's the end of the cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're in an unusual situation in that the planning balance side of things is being heard, and we're going to then hear about material considerations on retail. And I just wondered, Mr. Raper, do you have a view on that either way? I'm giving you the making a comment if you wish to on your overall assessment.
I mean, now or
now because you're being heard today as a witness.
Yeah.
This is your last opportunity to be heard. So I'm just wondering,
I don't think Mr. Oak can really comment. He hasn't.
He hasn't seen anything, has he? But he's aware of circumstances.
By all means, ask Mr. I'm not sure Mr. Oak can help. Right? He doesn't know.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got no comment, that's fine. But
I don't want to cut down your question. But besides things procedurally,
there's no evidence for you to comment on, but fire is heard. There's a material change of circumstances. I just simply in that.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing to add now.
Okay.
So I think on that, I mean, I see Mr. Neal's point. I think it may well be that although there will be more detailed information on retail, it wouldn't fundamentally shift positions in the sense we'll have to wait and see, I think. But I think that's all we can really do. And if once we've heard that evidence, for some reason that I don't at the moment anticipate, but I haven't seen what anyone has to say on this myself yet either. If for some reason we did have to have 5 minutes of, or not even that, but just an opportunity for the witnesses to say what they wanted to say, then we could think about that, I suppose. But at the moment, I don't immediately see that it's something that would mean we had to reopen the planning evidence.
Okay. Yes. That's fine. Yeah. I'd rather ask now than sort of leave it until Tuesday. But yeah.
Yeah, I think very close to the first sergeant. We really have to. I really don't know what the implications are of this. I mean, I haven't been to the streets about it yet, and I think we just have to leave it as the sergeants having agreed the possibility that the planning ministry have to comment if it does materially change the conclusions on, since unlikely that it would be ultimate conclusions on clients within FUL. So I think that's as far as it's a good point you raised. I mean, it may have some impact on planning evidence.
Okay, so that was the only question my side, and I was going to ask you, do you have any re-examination questions?
I'm good. I want to get done.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
right. Your harms analysis, and it was pointed out when you were asked in relation to the trying to find the right paragraph. The harm, yes, it's a £7.20. It was pointed out to you that you said the proposal results in the removal of 47 trees, paraphrasing to save time. And one's not, and it was pointed out to you that you hadn't referred in your proof to the replacement. So, and you said you were asked, so when you're giving significant weight, you are doing that on the premise of 47 trees being lost.
Yeah.
And then you said, obviously, if I hadn't expressly said it at 7:20, I accept that.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, just to be clear, we have to be clear about what you said in your proof and what your views are. When you attribute, in terms of your views, they decide what you've written, in terms of your views, when you attributed the harm you've done to loss of trees, did you take into account the fact that there was a replacement, that there were replacement trees going to be introduced?
Yes, I did, yes.
I think one other point, just to be again clear about, you were taken to, again, this is just point of clarification, you're taken to a lot of policies where particular aspects of those policies were where you identify conflict with those particular aspects of those policies. And then we were asked, well, where we've ended up is with partial conflict with EDP, partial conflict with the FEE2. Now, when one's assessing compliance or otherwise with a policy, and let's say one criteria is breached, does that mean you can only conclude a partial conflict with the policy?
Yeah,
Can you just clarify what you meant by partial conflict?
yeah, I would never characterize it like that, because so MBE9 is an example where it has lots of criteria. And as I alluded to, they're not all going to be relevant to most proposals. So you can never conflict with every single point, but that doesn't dilute conflict with part of that policy. I would say it's still a conflict with that overall policy.
Is that, I don't want to ask in relation to that apply across the board, EG4 and
Yes, yeah.
I'm just making it still positive.
Okay, thank you both. We'll adjourn there and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Moyer. Could we take up your proof of evidence, please?
Yes, I have that.
And you've provided your personal professional statement at 1.1. You tell us you're Giles Moyer. You hold an undergraduate degree in town and country planning and a master's both from the University of the West of England, and you've been a full member of the RTPI since 2003. Currently a director of Chapman Lilly Planning, have been since 2016. And before that, you were the planning manager for Christchurch and East Dorset councils. And then you explained the parties that you've worked for previously in terms of working across all sectors of planning and representing a broad spectrum of clients. You provided your confirmation of the truth of your evidence and that it's given in accordance with the guidance of your professional institute at 1.4. And you've gone on to explain, as we've all now well understood, at 1.5 what the other evidence in the appeal has been. And you explain that you're focusing your evidence on the analysis of the fit of the associated matters that we've already heard about with relevant policy tests and with the planning. Is all of that still factually accurate?
Yes, that's all still correct and accurate.
Thank you very much. Sir, I'll take Mr. Moyer's proof as read. Is there anything dealing in turn with retail, and then we'll come on to design matters secondly, but on retail, are there any particular points that you want to draw to the inspector's attention, having, well, from what you know, you've obviously got this point about the M&S closure, but as matters stand, is there anything on retail that you specifically want to address the inspector about, please?
Thank you. Not in relation to the M&S closure. I need to revert back to the advice that from Mr. Singer, who's looking at the implications in terms of M&S closing. In terms of the retail policy, and picking up on a point from this morning's discussions, if there was a conflict found with policy ED4, that doesn't mean that the decision automatically has to be refused. It's obviously the planning balance and then considering the development plan as a whole. So should there be conflict with the ED4, doesn't, in my opinion, result in an automatic refusal of the appeal as a whole.
And just to pick up on one point that I discussed with Mr. Raper, if there were a conflict with ED4, obviously that's not our case, but if the inspector does find that there is, what's your view on whether it's appropriate to reach the judgment Mr. Raper's reached, which is to say that even if there were only conflict with ED4, that would still be non-compliance with the development plan as a whole?
I don't think it would be non-compliance with the development plan as a whole. When you look at all the other factors that are before you when considering this appeal, through the inquiry, we focused on those matters of dispute between the appellant and the council. If I can refer to, I think it's core document 8.01 and 8.02, which are the statements of common ground. 8.01 is the main statement of common ground, which will just, and then section 8 in the statement of common ground lists those matters which are agreed. If I could just take a minute to run through those. So matters not in dispute relate to BNG in excess of 19% provision on site, ecology matters, residential amenity in relation to existing properties, noise, the sequential test in terms of retail considerations, heritage, there's no areas of dispute in relation to heritage, waste management, there's no areas of dispute, odour or ground contamination. And then more latterly, with the statement of common ground in relation to highway matters, that demonstrates there's no points between the council and the appellant in terms of highway matters, having had those since resolved. So in terms of that overall compliance with the development plan, it's not just the relatively small suite of policies we've been discussing as part of the appeal, it's all of those matters, and that fairly long list in the statement of common ground, in my view, demonstrates overall compliance.
Thank you. So moving to the next, well, the other two reasons for refusal. So the main issue on design. One point that I discussed with Mr. Raper was how he had taken into account, I'll put it that way, the comments of the design review panel. And you obviously heard what he had to say to the inspector about how he, what he thought the inspector should do with those comments. What's your account to the inspector of how you would invite him to take into account the design review panel's comments, please?
Thank you. Yes, in relation to the weighting to be attributed to the design review panel comments, I'm obviously mindful and aware of the MPPF para 138, where it lists the local authorities' approach to considering design. And at the end of that paragraph, talks about local planning authorities should have regard to the outcome of these processes, i.e. the processes listed above in the paragraph, and then goes on to say, including any recommendations made by design review panels. My concern in terms of the comments are being provided by the design review panel for the application. Just to recap the history very quickly, the application was submitted in March 2024. The design review panel comments weren't provided until March 2025, so circa a year into the council having had time to consider the application.
Is there a particular reason for that, context for?
Not that I'm aware of, sir, in terms of that delay, but it's not something the council sought to do day one of the application. We're a year into the process when the application was referred to the design review panel. And then the process itself, I'm not aware, and we heard from Mr. Rape, he was not aware either if there was a site visit undertaken by the panel members, how familiar they were with the proposal and the context. And importantly, we weren't, as the applicant in that instance, afforded the opportunity to present or make representations to the design review panel. It was very much a closed approach.
Oh, it was closed, so you couldn't even witness the debate?
No, we were no. So we were provided with the comments after
Right.
the panel had sat. And so for those reasons, I wouldn't say we discount their comments altogether, but I would attribute them limited weight with those concerns.
You. And then you've obviously heard the discussion I had with Mr. Raper around how it is that the council goes from agreeing the conclusions of the TVIA or LVIA as not significant to then, on his case, reaching a conclusion of significant harm. And he explained to us that he's applied his planning judgment to get from the conclusions in the LVIA to his ultimate submission to the inquiry. What's your response to that suggestion that that's the right way to go about it, mindful of course that you, I think, were once a planning officer in another authority? Is that approach that you took or that you think is appropriate?
It's not an approach that I would take to just automatically disregard those findings. And if I was to depart from the conclusion, I need a very strong justification as to why. In my mind, the purpose in terms of the report being undertaken, whether it be the TVIA viability assessment or retail impact assessment, is to inform the planning balance and ultimately the planning decision. I struggle in terms of departing from that advice without sound justification.
And just one point to ask you about, picking up on a question that the inspector asked of Mr. Pierce yesterday. Obviously, the inspector queried what the position might be in terms of signage for the scheme. Are you able to just assist in terms of your understanding of the process that would need to be followed if Lidl did want additional signage beyond what's currently proposed, please?
Yes, additional signage beyond that which is shown on the application, i.e. totem sign, so which I think you referred to, in my understanding, would require benefit of advertisement consent. And it's at that point in time then the local planning authority can consider the impact of that application for the totem sign in terms of that context. So it's
Yeah, just picking up that point, the totem sign was an example, but my question was more sort of broad in my mind. I was trying to establish, is it likely that there's going to be a lot more signage on the site? And I'd ask that question to you: is the likelihood that there's going to be more signage?
It's not something I'm envisaging coming forward. So we have the signage on the building, the little motifs, etc. There may be some smaller ancillary directional signage within the car park, but there's been no discussions in terms of further advertisements with any Lidl branding, etc.
And are you aware of any rights to erect further advertisements without consent if, say, in the circumstance the appeal was allowed?
I'm not aware that there's any sort of rights that would result in any signs of any significance. I think they'd be able to have some small signs within the site, but nothing of any significance. And obviously the restrictions over illumination as well would apply. So in terms of deemed consent, I think that's quite restricted in terms of what could be displayed on site.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moyer. But now, my next topic is green infrastructure. But before we move on to that, is there anything else on the design points that you want to raise with the inspector?
No, there's nothing further I'd like to add from my colleagues that presented evidence beforehand.
Thank you. And then on green infrastructure, what's your position, please, on policy INF2 and your response to the discussion I was having with Mr. Raper around how that compares with the MPPF?
Yeah, I think the MPPF obviously makes reference to green infrastructure, includes definition in terms of what green infrastructure is. In terms of a specific policy within the MPPF that protects or requires replacement green infrastructure, if any's lost, I'm not aware of a policy. There are policies which talk about enhancements and provision, but that's in my reading from a starting position of zero, i.e. a new scheme coming through, as opposed to compensating for any loss that might come through proposals.
Anything else in response to the council's case on INF2?
I think in terms of the definition of green infrastructure and its function, the preamble to policy INF2, so in the Heart local plan, is quite helpful. And if I can quote from the policy, so the para 339 sets out green infrastructure provides a range of benefits to human health, both physical and mental well-being. And then it goes on to list biodiversity landscape, reducing local temperature, decreasing the impact of climate change and alleviating flood risk. So in terms of the function of green infrastructure, I don't disagree in terms of what's been set out there. It's a helpful breakdown in terms of the benefits of green infrastructure. As we've seen in terms of our plan overlays, in terms of a square meterage assessment, there is a reduction in terms of green infrastructure. I haven't heard anything that specifically criticises the scheme in terms of how it impacts on those functions. So biodiversity, we've covered that there's no ecology objections. and our scheme is delivering 19 or in excess of 19% biodiversity net gain. Landscape, we've got the replacement planting trees, and Mr. Cleave set out in terms of his assessment the number of trees being significantly more than those that are being lost. I've had no objections raised in terms of reducing local temperatures, decreasing the impact of climate change. I've not heard an objection from the council. And in terms of flood risk, that's a matter of common ground where we're agreed there is no impact in terms of flood risk.
Thank you. And then there was a reference to the possibility of death by 1,000 cuts in terms of, the response to this policy. You've obviously seen in Mr. Cleaves's proof the diagrams that show in context the extent of the reduction that would take place, as you say, on a square meterage assessment. On the facts, what's your opinion on the risk of this being a death by 1,000 cuts situation?
Yeah, I mean, with any application that proposes a loss in square meterage terms with green infrastructure, there is that risk of death by 1,000 cuts. I think it's the impact of that reduction that has to be considered. So when we look at fragmentation, the reduction that will result from our scheme won't result in fragmentation of the parcel. In terms of our enhancements, as I say, we're delivering those biodiversity net gain benefits and the significant tree planting that comes with it. So I think that scenario whereby there's a small, potentially piecemeal reductions has to be considered on each basis on its merits, and then the impact in terms of the functions of the green infrastructure has to be assessed. And I think in this instance, whilst there may be a square meterage loss, we're not impacting on the function of that green infrastructure, and certainly there's no fragmentation that will occur.
Thank you. Anything else on green infrastructure?
No, thank you.
Just briefly, highways, as you said, has been resolved between the appellant and the council, but we've heard that it's a concern raised by some of the third parties to the appeal. Is there anything that you'd like to respond to the inspector with on that?
Yes, thank you. I think in terms of highways, it's worth clarifying that liaising with Hampshire County Council, there has been some adjustments to the visibility displays that are provided for the development, and also, as you've heard, the provision of a cycle path, and that will run along the southern edge of Elvetham Heath Way. So in terms of those concerns that have been raised, I say such concerns aren't shared by Hampshire County Council, and there is a wider benefit of that cycle path being provided.
Thank you. So turning to the overall planning balance then, and just to understand what you identify as factoring into that and the weight that you give, to the various benefits of the scheme. On the negative side of the planning balance, what do you say in summary the position is?
In summary, with regard to retail impact, I don't think there's a conflict with policy ED4, having considered the evidence from Mr. Singer. So I don't attribute any harm to any. There's no harm arising from that assessment. In terms of design, again, having considered the evidence from Mr. Pearce, I don't believe there's a conflict with the policy in terms of design, and such don't distribute any harm. In terms of landscape impact and trees, I think there's negligible harm, and using the sort of cross-referencing to Mr. Pearce's, Mr. Neeson's scale, so low to moderate, and that takes into account the timeframes in terms of the landscaping maturing over time. But I don't think that is material harm in policy terms, and when applying the planning balance, I think it's, given that low weight of negligible harm.
And then on the positive side of the planning balance, having heard the discussion with all of the more specialist witnesses. What's your position on where we've arrived at there, please?
I think that there's a number of positives that come from the scheme. We've heard, I think there's agreement in terms of previously developed land in a sustainable location, and I'd give that significant weight. In terms of job creation, there's 40 jobs that will be created should the appeal be allowed and the lid will be constructed, and those jobs are across a range of levels. And as you've seen from the economic statement that was submitted as part of the appeal, that's normally drawn from a 3-kilometre radius. So I'd give those that weighting a significant benefit.
Could I clarify with you, the 40 jobs created, those are jobs within the store?
Yes, that's correct.
So is there a number of construction jobs that you're aware of?
There are construction jobs.
In terms of the amount?
I'm not aware of a number. That was next on my list in terms of construction jobs. Because of the short-term temporary nature of those jobs, I'd attribute that moderate weight. I think it's important to provide a distinction with the full-time jobs that would result from the store. Consumer choice I've identified as having moderate rates as well. And again, referring back to the economic statement provided by Lidl, there's some explanation in terms of where they sit with the price point and what they've termed the current cost of living crisis. Hence, I've given that a moderate weight. With regard to biodiversity net gain, we heard the discussion earlier this morning in terms of the mandatory 10%. Our scheme is proposing in excess of 19%, and I give that significant weight. And why I differ in terms of the discussion that was heard this morning is that's being provided on site. As we know through the BNG legislation, there is an option for applicants to provide biodiversity net gain off-site through a credit system. So it could be a credit bank remote from the development site, but in this instance, it's being delivered on site. And then sustainable shopping patterns. In my proof at Appendix 1, I've provided an extract in terms of the bus link. So there are opportunities for people to access the site through sustainable transport means or those within Elvetham Heath within walking distance. And I attribute that moderate weight in terms of the benefits that gives.
The other point was the cycle lane, and Mr. Raper pointed out to me that that's not raised, I don't think, in the written evidence, but when was the position in relation to the cycle lane contribution finally agreed?
The cycle lane contribution wasn't agreed until fairly late in the process. I can't remember the exact date, and that was following the conversations with the Hampshire County Council in terms of where they sat in terms of the requirement for that cycle lane. It doesn't provide access just to the site. It does effectively complete, for want of a better phrase, a missing link along that southern edge of Elvetham Heath Way. So I would attribute that significant weight. So it doesn't lead purely into the site. There are opportunities for members of the public to use that cycle lane. It means that they don't have to cross Elvetham Heath Way when using the current route.
Thank you. And then on overall development plan compliance, you've set out your position in your proof, and again just now that on your case, you don't agree there's overall non-compliance with the development plan, and we've also dealt with the position if we're just talking about compliance with ED4. What about the position if the inspector agrees with the council essentially about everything? So you'll remember I ran through this with Mr. Draper before lunch. We'd have partial conflicts with ED4, Gen 1, NBE 9, Inf 2, and also conflict with Con 8. Mr. Raper didn't agree with my suggestion that in the scheme of things, overall, there would still be development compliance in that situation. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think by the nature it's potentially a partial conflict, if that was the scenario, then there is not an instance where there's significant weight can be attributed to that partial conflict. So, for example, policy NB9, there's a number of criteria in there. If it were to be considered that there was a conflict with that policy, it would be very limited conflict. So in balancing up the overall benefits of the scheme against those conflicts, I believe that it could still be a situation whereby the decision maker comes down in favour of the scheme.
And then in his re-examination, I think it was the last question actually, Mr. Raper wasn't happy with categorising conflicts with policy as partial, and he feared that the effect of that was to dilute the conflict. And one of the points he made was that, you know, not every criterion in a policy is going to be relevant to the particular proposal in front of the decision maker. But by way of example, can we just turn up ED4, please?
Yes, I have that.
Sorry, I have somehow managed to close my copy. Yeah, so as I was discussing with Mr. Raper, it's common ground that if there is a conflict here, it will just be with the final paragraph. But what's your view on whether all of the other paragraphs of this policy are not relevant to what we've been dealing with here?
Thank you. I think they are relevant. So working through those, the first part talks about the vitality and viability of the district centres, and then identifies a hierarchy. So that would apply, and then goes on to talk about within the defined centres, development for town centre uses will be encouraged. So again, that paragraph is relevant in terms of how the council approach their assessment of town centre uses and where they should be directed. The following paragraph talks about the retail and local service function and local neighbourhood facilities will be protected. Again, there's a consideration there that would apply to the application. Proposals for main town centre uses, which are not in defined centres, will need to satisfy the sequential test. Again, that's a consideration. Following on is the top of the next page. Again, follows on in terms of the sequential test, and then the final part, is again relevant in terms of setting the threshold for when a retail impact assessment is required.
Thank you. And then I'm going to go for every policy, but can we just pick up NB9, please? So looking at this, Mr. Raper's case finally is that there's conflict with paragraph 1 he says, and then D. What's your view? Again, there's no need to go through every single criterion, but what's your view as to whether some of the other criterion that we aren't said to conflict with remain nevertheless relevant to the proposal?
I think it's important when carrying out that exercise to look at the context as to how those criteria are set. So the policy states development will be supported where it meet the following relevant criteria. So it does identify that they have to be relevant. In this instance, for example, I accept that in terms of protecting or enhancing surrounding heritage assets, including their settings, well, we're not within the setting of a heritage asset. So I would suggest that that's not relevant in terms of the consideration of this policy.
Thank you. And then the final topic is the NPPF. And there's obviously a disagreement between Mr. Raper and you about whether the most important policies for determining the application are out of date so as to engage the tilted balance? I mean, in summary, why is it that you contend that the most important policies are out of date here so as to engage that tilted balance?
Thank you. When looking at the date of the local plan, it was adopted more than 5 years ago. And whilst there's no definition in terms of up to date within the MPPF, there is reference in terms of policies being more than 5 years old. And then when we go through the exercise of looking in terms of those policies, so Con 8 we've heard in terms of relates to protecting trees. Con 8 goes beyond the requirements of para 136 of the MPPF in terms of requiring replacement trees, whereas para 136 of the MPPF is silent. And in terms of green infrastructure, again, no dispute that green infrastructure is referenced within the MPPF, but it's not afforded the same degree of protection that it is within INF2 in terms of any loss. It talks about in the main provision and enhancement of green infrastructure.
And if the inspector decides, just hypothetically, to explore what I think the council's position is on this, so if the inspector decides that the development plan is up to date and the tilted balance doesn't apply, so we know the tilted balance means that planning permission should be granted unless adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. But if we're in a world where it's a flat balance, so, do the harms outweigh the benefits? What's your position on where we end up in that scenario?
Should it be concluded that the local plan is up to date and the flat balance applies? I think having considered those policies as a whole, the development plan as a whole, there's a significant number where we're in accordance with the development plan and there's no dispute with the council in terms of any breach. Those areas where potential breach has been identified relate really to design and the landscape element of that design policy. And in my view, that should be given, as I say, negligible weight. So I think overall, you can reach a conclusion that the development's in accordance with the development plan as a whole. And in terms of the weighting given to the benefits, in my mind, that would outweigh any harm in terms of those benefits I've outlined.
You, Mr. Moyer, are there any other matters that you'd wanted to respond on by way of evidence in chief?
No, I think that covers everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. That's the end of the evidence in chief.
Thank you. I'll invite cross-examination, please.
Afternoon, Mr. Moyer.
Hello.
Not this.
Yeah.
But not this. I'm going to start just to give you a sneak preview with the inspector. With a heads up, I'm going to look at the individual policies we prefer to, and then go on to look at the status of the development plan, wait to be attached to it, and then look at harms and benefits, and then overall planning balance. See how we go.
Let me put my mic on it.
So I'm just going to start first of all, before we dive into the individual policies, just to confirm, you were involved in this project from inception, is that right?
Our practice was as an individual, no, but yeah, had an oversight, and then more closely involved with the second application, not so much with the withdrawn application.
I see. And when were you involved? I mean, when were you actually identified or asked by the appellant to give expert evidence in support of this appeal?
Soon after the appeal was, the application was dismissed. Obviously, a conversation with the appellant in terms of whether they wish to progress with an appeal. And once it was confirmed, we were instructed.
So individually, you've been aware of you've been involved, just so I'm absolutely clear, from the inception, from the point the appeal was filed.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
You didn't. It's not that you came in at the last minute and picked up the reins from someone else.
No,
we've heard a bit of that.
Not this time.
Okay. So, in terms of the documents that were submitted in support of the application, first of all, things like the planning statement, design access statement, etc. Am I right in saying you weren't personally involved in those, but your firm was?
Yeah, for the submission of the planning application, yes, yeah.
But you endorse what's been said in there.
I do, yes.
And you agree with the approach taken in those documents. And in terms of the appeal documentation, again, the documents submitted by the appellant in support of the appeal, you endorse what was set out in there.
Yeah.
Now, can we just agree that just generally, I mean, you're an experienced planner, you worked for, I think, local authorities before coming to your current practice, Chapman Lilly. I mean, it sounds blindly obvious, but one should set out in the statement of case, the appellant should set out the key points that is going to be pursued in support of its appeal.
Yes.
And likewise, I suppose the same analysis goes in terms of the planning statement, in terms of approach to planning policy, etc. Key points should be set out. Again, just in broad terms. So you're nodding. I think we're on. I don't know if people are recording us, but that's a yes.
That's correct. Yes.
Statements of common ground don't much teach you suck eggs, but there you're under the, can't remember when it changed, but under the inspectorate guidance, one should identify matters of, both parties should identify matters of agreement and matters of dispute.
Agreed.
And okay, so just turning to NB9 now. Now, can you pull that up? That's the council's design policy in the Hart Local Plan, CD 4.1, electronic page 60.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. Now, I appreciate that it's going to be ultimately a matter of legal submission what this policy, how this policy should be interpreted. But I just want to ask you about what your understanding of this policy was when you prepared your evidence in respect to this appeal. So the do you have it in front of you?
I do, yes.
Page 60. So that talks about all development should seek to achieve a high quality design and positively contribute to the overall character of the area. And then it sets out a whole number of criteria where it says development will be supported where it would meet the following criteria.
It does, yes.
Now, there was some discussion with Mr. Raper, and as I understand it, from the directions that Mr. Raper came to the conclusion, admittedly, he qualified, so he changed his answers to Ms. Sargent initially, but his position is, and he understands that policy as meaning that there is in effect, an overarching requirement that all development should seek a high quality design and positively contribute to the character of the area. Yeah.
Yes.
And he said, effectively, his case is that self-standing, even if for whatever reason, scale, density, mass, and height of the development under, for example, criterion A, and building materials, etc. Even if they're all met, there's still an overarching requirement to achieve a high quality level of design. Do you see that? Sorry, do you understand that was his position?
I understand that.
Now, I'm assuming you disagree with him because those questions were put to him. So I'm assuming you disagree with his answer.
Yeah.
His identification that there is a self-standing requirement for high quality design.
I do. I read the policy in terms of effectively that first section. All development should seek to achieve a high quality design and positively contribute to the overall appearance of the area. And then the next section, in terms of how that aim is achieved. So I see that first part as very much the aim of the policy. And the wording of the policy is not an absolute test. It says all development should, i.e. it doesn't say must, it says all development should, and then seek to achieve. So it doesn't say all development must be to a high quality design. So there's a degree of flexibility in terms of that policy, but I see those first three lines as very much the aim of the policy, and then the remaining section in terms of how that aim is achieved.
So if for whatever reason there were other aspects of design that weren't captured in those criteria A to G, on that premise there were other aspects of the design that weren't captured in that policy, yes. What you're saying is that on an entirely hypothetical basis, that meant that that did mean that you're not achieving a high quality design. Yeah. So there's some aspect of design that's not captured in those criteria, but nonetheless a development does not achieve a high quality design. Yeah. In that scenario, you're saying there's no conflict with NBE 9. Is that right?
I'm struggling to think of a scenario where an element of design isn't captured within those criteria A through to J.
Well, I mean, let's think things like the word building form isn't captured, for example. We don't see that in A, do we? It says scale, density, mass, height, choice of materials. Building form isn't mentioned, is it?
Building form isn't, but you've got layout of new buildings is referred to, and then in terms of criteria A, that refers to choice of building materials and density, mass, and height, which collectively, in my mind, relate to form. So I think whilst form as a word isn't there, that which makes up form that is captured.
Well, it was put to Mr. Raper where he hadn't identified issues to do with scale, density, mass, and height per se. Nonetheless, he does have concerns in relation to, for example, the roof form. He mentioned that would not be, if the inspector was. Do you remember him recalling that he recalled those aspects?
I do, yes.
Yeah. So there are, I think you accepted there are elements of design. That's not a universal definition of design there in criterion A, is it?
Not criteria A, but the policy as a whole. So criteria A through to J.
You're saying that captures absolutely every aspect of any design of any building.
I can't think of anything sat here now which isn't captured by the whole of those criteria in terms of design.
Well, I put one to you already. I mean, roof shape and form. That's not mentioned, is it?
No, but scale, mass, and height is. Building materials are referenced. So form, in my view, would fit within what's already set out in terms of those criteria for assessment.
Okay, so in other words, what you are accepting, therefore, that so far as Mr. Raper's identified concerns, let's take the roof for example, that if the inspector was to agree with him that it does have a concern in terms of that particular aspect of the development, yeah, then it would follow that would fall within what scale would that fall within, height or mass? It would fall within one of those other categories, would it?
I think at the bottom of part A, where it talks about they're sensitive to their surroundings, So if you have a concern in terms of roof form, then that could fit within that part of the test in section A.
Okay, but that refers to innovative buildings being.
Oh, sorry, yes,
yeah. I mean, I just want to understand the difference, because in essence, it was the point being made, as I understand it in submissions, will be that Mr. Raper has accepted scale, density, mass, height. I'm not sure he's accepted a choice of building materials, but those aspects of criteria A have been accepted by Mr. Raper as being complied with. Yes, because he was asked about that in Con 8.
Yeah.
Is it your evidence, therefore, that those would, so far as he's got concerns with things like roof form, those would also, if the inspector agreed with those concerns, that would mean a breach of criterion A. It's a sort of distinction without a difference, isn't it?
I think if you're referring to form, and that was your example of an aspect of design that's not referenced within policy NBE 9, then that would be covered by criteria A. Whether or not somebody agrees that there's a breach of criteria A, I don't think it's the same question.
I mean, questions of detailing, which is the one of the points he raised. We don't see that word there in criterion A either, do we?
No, but we still have scale, density, mass, height of the development, choice of building materials.
So it would fall within that then?
I think so. I see that as a wide catch-all.
And the actual appearance of the building, that was another one of his concerns. Would you say, therefore, so far as either Mr. Raper or indeed the inspector has any concerns, that nonetheless they'd be captured in those criterion? Is that right? Criterion A, scale, density, mass, height, and choice.
Yes, if the inspector had concerns, then he could reach a judgment. It falls within criteria A.
So in other words, the distinction that I thought was going to be made in closing submissions by Mr. Sargent, that Mr. Raper's conceded all of those issues, it becomes a bit of a moot point, doesn't it? Because on your evidence, if the inspector agrees with Mr. Raper, it would still lead to a breach of criterion A, wouldn't it? On that hypothesis.
If the inspector has concerns with roof form, then that could fit within criteria A. But Mr. Raper has obviously reached a different conclusion.
Okay. Well, now, in terms of the question of high quality design, I mean, again, just going back to the first paragraph of the policy. I mean, that is ultimately the aim of the policy, isn't it?
Yes, the aim. I described it as that overarching aim.
And when one is looking at just the sort of first principles, when one's looking at whether there's a conflict with a particular policy, overall one is looking at whether the aim of the policy is complied with or not. I mean, that doesn't just apply with NBE 9; it implies generally, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So, so if the inspector was to find that there was a lack of a high quality design and a lack of positive contribution to the overall appearance of the area, it must follow that he'd find non-compliance with NBE 9, wouldn't he?
No, because that is an aim. It's not an absolute test. That should seek to achieve, as opposed to must achieve.
Okay, so yeah, seek to or must. Other than that distinction.
Well, and the word should is in the policy as well.
Yeah, of course. So that other than that aspirational distinction between should and must, if the ultimate aim of the policy, I think you agreed, is to achieve a high quality design and a positive contribution to overall character of the area, if that's the aim of the policy and it's conflicted with, if that's the aim of the policy and that aim is not achieved, there's a conflict with the policy, isn't there?
Not immediately. It's then if high quality design isn't achieved, it's the harm then arising from that, given that the policy wording is all development should seek to achieve If a proposal sought to achieve high design but hasn't met that test, it doesn't, in my mind, represent an automatic conflict with the policy. As I say, I keep coming back to it. It's not an absolute test in terms of all development must be of high quality.
So you're saying it allows okay. So let's look at that particular what you're saying about Seek 2. So you're saying that you could still have compliance with that policy even if a proposal does not achieve a high quality design.
Yes. Yep.
I'm going to suggest to you. I mean, I'll sort of leave it to. I don't want to get into arguments about the meaning of policy, but I suggest to you that is a absolutely bizarre interpretation of that policy. The fact that you're saying it could be complied with, even though there is a failure to achieve a high quality of design.
Yeah, but I come back to same point again, where it doesn't set out an absolute test. It should seek to achieve, not. It doesn't say all development must be of a high quality design.
Well, I'll leave that to a matter of submission about the distinction between should seek to and must. But I'm going to suggest to you there is no real distinction. You disagree with me on that, and that comes down to the meaning, yes?
I do disagree.
Okay. I mean, in terms of how that, so did you, when advising your client about the approach to the development of this site, was it therefore your advice to your client that policy MB9 meant that you don't necessarily need to achieve a high quality design? Was that your advice to them?
No, it comes back that our advice was, as per the policy wording, should seek to achieve. We wouldn't set out to achieve a lower standard of design.
So did you say to your client, well, try to achieve high quality design, but don't worry if you don't?
No, seek to achieve that high quality design. There's not a caveat of, we didn't put the caveat in of the second element. It's the council's assessment that the council, in terms of refusing the scheme, alleges it's not high quality design. As a professional team, including the advice from Mr. Pearce as well, we're of the view that we do achieve that.
I understand you do achieve it. I want to understand the advice that you gave to your client. Did you say, well, don't worry if you don't achieve a high quality design as long as you meet the other criteria? Was that the advice?
That wasn't the advice, no.
So, and the reason you didn't get the advice is that would be inconsistent with MB9, wouldn't it?
In terms of seeking to achieve, we didn't have that detailed discussion in terms of must achieve. We would always look to deliver high quality design.
Just in terms of your understanding of what your evidence on designers reliant on the evidence of Mr. Pearce, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And as part, and it was his evidence that you then took into account when forming your view, your independent view to this inquiry, that there was no conflict with policy NB9. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Now, in terms of the approach to, or Mr. Pearce's conclusions on design, I ask you just to turn to your proof, please. And I want to ask you, I lost the reference. Yep. Yes, sorry, I lost the reference, forgive me. So you've summarised how you understood Mr. Pearce's evidence on pages 13 and 14 of your proof. Is that right? So you've said you seconded cases of tree loss. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you said Mr. Pearce's proof of evidence demonstrates the design of the appraisals follow an iterative process informed by and derived of an analysis of the local development pattern. And then I'm not going to read the next few lines, but you basically summarised his point about his identification of the lack of a single clearly identified architectural typology, etc. Yeah,
That's correct.
and then you summarise how he details about the contemporary form, etc. And then you refer to the criterion A. Now, as I understand, what you're highlighting here in terms of the most important bit of Mr. Pearce's evidence that you took from his evidence was what you set out at 7.6 and 7.7, yes? This is his summary, so I'm assuming these were the most important bits he wanted to draw the inspector's attention to.
That's correct, yeah.
And what you identify there is policy MBE 9 sets out 7 criteria, and you mentioned criterion A, and then that refers to innovative building design will be supported provided they're sensitive surroundings and help to improve the quality of the townscape or landscape. And then you've said Mr. Pearson's proof of evidence explain how the design approach represents innovative design. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to be accused of misquoting Mr. Pearce this morning, but the Mr. Pearce's evidence, as I recall this morning, he's not saying that the proposal is innovative. He's saying it's his evidence after a few questions were put in that it's high quality, but he was never suggesting this is an innovative design, did he?
Not this morning, no.
No. So your understand. So, and we can go back to his evidence if we need to, but it didn't actually form the central thrust of his proof of evidence, did it?
Well, from the proof of evidence, it is, and that's where the references were taken from. But we're not from this morning's submissions.
Okay. Well, so far as that, he's now accepted that element of that the premise upon which you've summarised as evidence, that premise was wrong, wasn't it?
In terms of the submissions this morning not being an innovative design, yes, that's right.
So it would follow therefore that the weight that you attach to his evidence, and therefore your analysis as to conformity with MBE 9, that's based on a flawed premise, isn't it?
Only in relation to the references to innovative design. The evidence that Mr. Pearce gave this morning in terms of design styles, etc., I think that still stands.
Just going to move to the policy. Sorry, just to confirm before we leave MBE 9, no part of your case to say MBE 9 is not compliant with the MPPF.
No, that's not something we've advanced. No.
Nothing that you've advanced. So if the inspector was to find that there was conflict with that policy, he'd be entitled to attach full weight to the policy first of all.
Well, only so far as the aspects of the policy which Mr. Raper has identified as being relevant to the assessment of the application. So not the policy as a whole. I think Mr. Raper has referred to the first section, which I refer to as the aim, and then section D.
Yeah, but if the inspector was to find conflict with MBE 9, not asking about Mr. Raper, if the inspector was to find conflict with MBE 9, the inspector would be entitled to attach full weight to the policy, first of all.
Yes, so far as it accords with the MPPF. Yeah.
Thank you. So INF2, please. That is the policy on green infrastructure. Now, again, no part of your written evidence. I can't see any reference to it in your proof. It's not. So I could assume, therefore, it's not your evidence that there's anything that INF2 conflicts with the MPPF or any feature of your written evidence, did it?
Not within the written evidence, no, other than the submissions made earlier this afternoon.
So is this an idea that has been suggested to you by someone else? I mean, you confirmed at the beginning. You confirmed at the beginning of your evidence that you endorsed everything set out in the appeal statements and that was submitted, and you agreed that the key points should have been identified. So this was never this was up until this afternoon when you heard it being put to Mr. Raper. This was never a point that you thought was a key point.
When preparing the proofs, it was something that was considered in terms of the policies with the MPPF. I accept that it wasn't within the statement of case, but when preparing our proofs, it was something that was considered.
So why didn't it appear in your proof of evidence?
It was something we didn't focus on, or dare I say, pick up at that point in time. It was when preparing our proofs.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. When it had never thought, it doesn't appear in your proof of evidence, does it?
Not well within the proof of evidence. It does in terms of whether the development plan is out of date.
No, that's a separate point. We'll come to that. That's to do with the review point. It was never part of your evidence until I heard in oral evidence today in your evidence in chief that there was any degree of inconsistency with the MPPF between INF2 and the MPPF.
Not for INF2, no.
And the reason that didn't form part of your evidence, nor did it appear in the statements of case, the reason it didn't form it is that you didn't believe it did. It was inconsistent with the MPPF, did you? Up until you've heard the questions today.
No, that's not correct. Otherwise, we wouldn't have put the reference in the proof in terms of compliance with the MPPF with the development plan as a whole. But I accept there's no analysis in terms of which individual policies may not comply with the MPPF within the.
So just to be clear, at what stage during this whole entire process did you come to the conclusion that there was a degree of inconsistency between INF2 and the MPPF?
We would be preparing for this inquiry. So once we issued the proofs and then doing our further research in preparation for the inquiry.
So from proofs till now?
Yes.
You mean?
Yeah.
So what we say, why didn't it come? Why didn't you set it out in a rebuttal? I mean, you saw Mr. Raper had included it in his proof. He'd even included some appeal decisions. So why didn't you then, if you did consider it between proofs and inquiry, why didn't you put it in a rebuttal statement?
It wasn't something that we considered necessary to include.
And do you agree the fact that, I mean, just in general terms, the fact that a point's not mentioned is only taken right at the end by an advocate asking questions of a witness reduces the weight that the inspector should attach to that point?
I wouldn't necessarily say it reduces the weight. I say in terms of whether the local plan is up to date with something that we put in our proof of evidence, but except we didn't have that individual analysis within our proof.
Now, looking at why you say there's inconsistency, I mean, it's very, I'm only going, I've only got to go on what you said in evidence in chief. As I understand it, you're saying that there's inconsistency with INF2. Well, could you just confirm what just so I've got a record in my closing submissions, where is the inconsistency between the MPPF and INF2?
INF2,
in your view,
INF2 refers to protecting green infrastructure and then avoiding any loss, fragmentation, or significant impact on the function of the network. And then also makes reference in terms of replacement green infrastructure as well, whereas the MPPF makes reference to enhancements to green infrastructure and the provision as opposed to the protection.
Can you take me to the part of the MPPF that you're relying on, please?
So para 188, which relates to plans as opposed to decisions. So that's when local plans are being formed as opposed to decision making. And there's a reference in 188 to enhancing networks of habitats and green infrastructure.
So you're saying that, so that's the provision of the MPPF that you say there's conflict with INF2?
Only in terms of the MPPF relates to provision and enhancement of green infrastructure, as opposed to INF2, which talks about protection and replacement of green infrastructure.
Okay. So this plan, so INF2.
Sorry, there are other paragraphs as well which follow a similar theme in terms of provision and enhancement of green infrastructure rather than protection and replacement.
Where else? Just so.
Para 199 within the context of ground conditions and pollution.
Okay, so those are all the, I'm not going through all those other ones, but in terms of where green infrastructure is mentioned expressly, it's just 188, is it?
Well, and 199 and para 20 as well, I think, okay. In terms of, again, policies rather than decision making.
And sorry, what's the other MPPF reference you're now relying on?
Para 20.
Yeah. So those are strategic policies. Okay. So and there's a reference to green infrastructure there. Okay. So those are the references. Yes.
Yes. Yep.
Just so I need to know. I need to know to know what the case is now, because it's the first time I've heard it. Now, those are talking about what policies should contain. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And what we know is, I mean, INF2 was adopted in 2020. Yeah.
As part of the plan, yes.
Yeah. And INF2 would have taken into account what the MPPF was saying at the time.
It should have done, yes. Yep.
And what's that's resulted in is a policy that has that's the council has looked at what the MPPF said, and then has then identified green infrastructure and has put a and has identified where that green infrastructure should go, and that entirely accords with the aim to maintain and enhance, doesn't it? I mean, it's saying, well, the MPPF says, well, if one goes back to, sorry, I made a, where was the reference? I think it said 100. Let's take 100 and. No, I lost it again. Was it 190? No. Sorry, 119, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, sorry, 189. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'll turn it over. Yeah, so if we go, so there's nothing inconsistent with a specific development plan policy identifying green infrastructure network and then saying it should be protected. That's entirely in accordance with taking a strategic approach to maintaining and enhancing networks of habitats and green infrastructure, isn't it?
Well, paragraph 188 doesn't refer to replacement of green infrastructure, whereas INF2 does.
I mean, so one can take a strategic approach to maintaining and enhancing a network of habitat and green infrastructure. The mere fact that you're then having taken that strategic approach by identifying where that should go and then saying it should protect it, that's entirely consistent with that policy aim, isn't it?
I think there's a difference in terms of maintaining versus replacement of green infrastructure.
What the MPPF is not saying is there should be no protection afforded to green infrastructure, and that it can be eroded, subject to certain, subject to other considerations. We're not. I mean, take for example, if we go up to 187, that refers to planning policies and decisions should contribute to the natural environment by, for example, protecting and enhancing valued landscape. And then it takes a tier down, recognizing the intrinsic beauty of the countryside. Yeah, that's talking about planning policies and decisions. But here, the only reference you're relying on 188 is talking about what plans should be doing. It's talking about a strategic approach to maintaining and enhancing. It's not addressing what should then happen in decision making after that, is it?
No, but it does set out that approach in what plans should do with regard to maintaining and enhancing. It doesn't go further than in terms of replacement of green infrastructure.
When you've seen the appeal decisions relied on by Mr. Raper in his proof of evidence. You haven't commented those in your rebuttal, have you?
Haven't provided a rebuttal. No, the comments on those.
So I'd assumed, and so had Mr. Raper, that therefore you would agree that those decisions support the approach that Mr. Raper's taking in his proof, that there is no issue, certainly no issues been identified by previous inspectors. There's no issue in terms of the consistency of INF2 with, for example, paragraph 188 of the MPPF.
Yeah, but what we don't know from those appeal decisions was whether that was questioned in terms of compliance with the policy with the MPPF.
No, I understand that entirely, and that's a point to be taken to the weight to be attached to those. You haven't pointed to any other appeal decisions where a different approach has been taken by an inspector, have you?
No.
And it would be odd, wouldn't it? I mean, inspectors have, regardless of cases put to them, I mean, inspectors have to reach their own view on matters in terms of including consistency between local plan policies and the NPPF, yes?
They do. Whether or not matters are highlighted, we don't know, but they should make that judgment in terms of compliance with the NPPF.
And you haven't set out any analysis in your proof, so I don't know what to ask you about why you say any of the analysis in those inspectorate decisions are wrong. I can't ask you about that because I don't know what you suggest. I don't know what your case is on that.
I mean, in terms of the relevance those appeals have to the proposal before us, I mean, one appeal which is on the boundary of Hart District Council and Wokingham Borough Council, the scheme's not within the Green Infrastructure Network, sits outside the Green Infrastructure Network. The other appeal scheme, I can't recall the address at present, but that is the criticism largely comes in that instance from a lack of evidence that was provided as part of the appeal. So there's questions raised in terms of, I think, the ecology work that was undertaken. So the inspector wasn't able to reach a conclusion. So I think very different scenarios to the one that we're looking at as part of this inquiry.
Well, I don't know. I don't have any of that analysis in front. None of that analysis in front of either me or the inspector for me to even begin to interrogate it, is it?
It's not, no.
So I can't even ask you, Alex. I don't know I haven't seen that analysis. You've now presented that. Do you see the difficulty that's happened with us raising this at the last moment?
Yeah, but it's responding to matters that were put in the council's evidence. Needn't be by way of a rebuttal. It's our assessment of those appeal schemes.
But regardless of whatever the individual analysis is in those inspection decisions on the facts, the ultimate point is that those are decisions that this inspector is entitled to have regard to, yes?
I have regard to it, and in terms of the weighting, it's the similarities in terms of the scenarios. As I've said, highlighted one, there was inadequacies highlighted by the inspector in terms of the information, the evidence that accompanied that appeal, and the other appeal was outside of the Green Infrastructure Network.
But neither of those 2 points, as I understand them, and I'm just dealing with them on the hoof because you're now taking them, neither of those points go to the in principle point about consistency between in terms of the policy in principle with the NPPF, do they?
There's not an assessment there in terms of whether they're compliant with the NPPF, no.
No, that wasn't the point. The 2 points you've raised don't go to the
no, my 2 points don't, no.
No, okay. So I'm not going to ask you about them because they're entirely irrelevant to the question. Okay. Just whilst before we leave INF2 now, there is a difference, and again, this will probably be a matter of legal submission. So if Ms. Sargent will no doubt interrupt me if I go too far, but I want to understand what your understanding of the policy is. So I understand what the case is, at least, or the appellant's case is.
And I don't go ahead, obviously, but
Yeah.
I will be dealing with interpretation of policy through submissions. It's a legal point.
Yeah.
So
I understand that. So I'm going to try and sort of save a bit of time on this. So I just want to understand what just so I'm absolutely clear and I've got a record of it so I can make submissions on it. Your position, as I understand it, at least in terms of your client's position, I keep saying your position, your client's position is that policy, the criteria, you've got it in front of you, haven't you? Electronic page 68, INF2 criteria.
Yes,
A.
yes, thank you.
That says development will be supported provided it protects the green infrastructure as shown in the policy map, avoiding any loss, fragmentation, or significant impact on the function of the network. Yeah. Now, as I understand, your position is that for that criterion to be infringed, you have to show an impact on the function of the network. Is that your position?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. and that involves an interpretation of what loss, fragmentation, or significant impact, whether on the functional network sort of carries through to all three of those aspects. Yeah,
That's correct. Yeah.
okay. Now, in terms of just in terms of sort of how that works, the effect of that interpretation that you're proposing, I just want to test that with you. And I think this is a matter of evidence rather than legal submission. If that was the approach, you could end up with, couldn't you? In principle, if you take loss, for example, you could end up with quite, in theory at least, fairly significant amounts of loss just in terms of overall area coverage, yet still not get to the point where there's going to be a significant impact on function, couldn't you?
But potentially, it's the analogy of death by 1,000
yeah,
cuts.
That's my point. Now that we're completely accepting that you have to take each, you have to assess each proposal on its merits, yeah. But where you've got a protective policy like this, there's a reason why there's an absolute loss requirement there, isn't there? Because otherwise you're just left, you will end up being ultimately could potentially lose a significant amount of the area protected.
But potentially, but I think it's how that then impacts on the function of the green infrastructure network.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just want to understand I know this is a fairly hypothetical world, but if you don't have an absolute loss test, then you could end up in a situation where a significant amount of green infrastructure network is removed, couldn't you?
In terms of the mapping, now the value of those areas lost in this sort of hypothetical scenario, we don't know. It could be inconsequential in terms of how that green infrastructure network functions.
And would, just to interject there, would TPO reservation orders come into it in your thinking?
I think it's fair to say green infrastructure network is more than the trees that may exist on the site. So,
indeed, but would you, in this case, be applying most focus on trees?
I think trees and the understory as well.
And you know that they are protected.
The trees, yeah. There's an area tree preservation order that covers the site. Yes.
Yeah, understood.
Now, when one looks at the bottom of the policy, say developments that would result in loss of green infrastructure will only be supported. Yeah.
Yes.
You see that?
Yep.
That's your client sort of took. So, as I understand it, the appellant's approach in this case is that you say that's met because you provided an appropriate replacement of equivalent or better value in terms of quantity, quality, and accessibility. That's your client's position, is it?
Well, I think in fairness, the accessibility, the current green infrastructure network within and surrounding the site isn't accessible. So yeah, sure. I think the functions which I outlined earlier, 339, they don't all apply to the green infrastructure network. Different parcels will have different values. So in terms of accessibility, I don't think that's considered.
Yeah, it's not a point that's to say. But in terms of your client's approach, your position is that one of the reasons your client provided, we've gone through all the arboricultural impact assessment, was to make sure that an appropriate replacement is provided of equivalent better value, quantity, and quality. Accessibility wasn't something you focused on. So in terms of the approach your client took, your client thought it was important your client didn't just disregard the loss of green infrastructure network. Your client and said, well, actually, it's not really serving any particular function here. Your client went ahead and, as I understand it, in your case, successfully achieved providing an appropriate replacement of the loss. Yes.
Yeah, in terms of improving the quality of the remainder of that green infrastructure parcel.
So we can take from that your client understood policy IM2 has really been directed at prevention of loss, regardless of anything to do with function.
Well, no, prevention of loss, obviously it's plain to see on the overlay map there is square meterage reduction, but in terms of loss of the function, through the improvements that B&G delivery, that's where we get the improvement in quality.
Yeah. No, absolutely. That's your case on that. But what your client didn't say is, well, actually, we don't need to provide appropriate replacement because we're not affecting any of the function of the green infrastructure network. That's not how your client approached this policy.
Yeah, coming back to my point from earlier, we could have achieved, or the client could have achieved 10% biodiversity net gain with off-site credits from an environment bank somewhere else. So by delivering those benefits on site, that's where we've achieved the value in terms of improving the quality of that remaining parcel.
Yeah, and so that's what they do. But I want to understand, your client didn't at any stage say, well, we don't need to do that because we're not affecting the function.
No, that's what I said. That hence why I didn't look to buy purchase credits from an off-site provider.
So sorry, you didn't look to achieve.
Yeah, so with the biodiversity net gain, there's the opportunity to buy credits from an environment bank. That wasn't the route the client chose to go down. We're looking to deliver that percentage increase, over 19% on site.
Yes.
To account for that loss in terms of the green infrastructure.
Exactly. So that's the point I'm making, is that if your client had thought, well, we only need to worry about the function of the green infrastructure network because that's what the policy is directed towards, well, then we don't need to go to all the trouble of introducing net gain on site. We don't need to go to the trouble of all the extra planting that's come forward. Your client approach policy is it's really only triggered where there's an effect on function.
No, because the function of the remaining green infrastructure network will improve with the benefits that come through from that biodiversity net gain.
I'm going to put it here. It'll be a matter of submission, but I'm saying that reference at the bottom part of that policy, but when it talks about loss, again, sort of points to the fact is relevant when construing INF-A, but that might be something you can't comment on. That might be a matter for legal submission. But have you got anything to comment on that before?
No, nothing to add on that point.
And we can agree, can't we, that whether or not, I'm not going to ask you about whether there's compliance with this, because you're reliant on the evidence of Mr. Cleave, aren't you, as to whether or not, as a matter of fact, there has been a appropriate replacement to the loss of the green infrastructure network. Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the next policy, please. Yes, so Gen 1 and Con 8, again, not raising your evidence any degree of inconsistency between those policies, Gen 1 and Con 8, with the MPPF?
Not in relation to Gen 1, no. and not within our briefs in relation to Con 8 either.
So it was up until this afternoon, as far as the, well, to be fair, there was questions put to Mr. Raper yesterday, but that's something that has just come to the appellant's mind, and certainly after your proofs were submitted, and even after receiving Mr. Raper's.
Yeah, as I said earlier, in terms of our preparation for the appeal.
Could I just take you to? Can we just go briefly to Con 8? Actually, I think, yeah, that's on page 8. Actually, I don't need to agree. I think Mr. Raper's agreed a degree of inconsistency with this, so I'm not going to ask you about that. But you agree with him, do you, that there's some?
I do, in terms of
the MPPF.
Yeah, the references to replacement planting.
Yeah. Okay, so in terms of ED4, before we leave individual policies, no suggestion of any inconsistency between ED4 and the MPPF. That's not your new case now.
No, in fact, as was relayed earlier to the inquiry, the tests are the same in terms of significant adverse impact.
Yeah. So you agree, therefore, that if there is a significant adverse impact on townscape, on the town centre, that there would be conflict with that policy?
I do, if that's the conclusion that's reached, having regard to Mr. Singer's evidence.
Yeah. And you agree, therefore, that the inspector can attach full weight to the policy?
I do, yes.
Yeah. And just we'll come on to harms in a moment, so I'm not going to go a step further and see what harm you attach to that on that hypothesis, the level of retail harm. So just in terms of out of datedness now, shall I take you to your proof, please, paragraph 8.2. So this is where I think you've concluded at 8. I missed it. I thought it was 8.2 where you said, yes. So you've said at 8.2, the Hart local plan should be considered out of date. Yes.
Yes, at 8.2, that's correct.
And then on that basis, as I understand it, you're concluding that as a material consideration, the inspector should consider whether or not the harms demonstrably and significantly outweigh the benefits of the proposal pursuant to paragraph 11. Yes.
Yes.
So you're saying the tilted balance is triggered, and then what the inspector has to look at?
That's correct.
Well, he has to look at the tilted balance under 11D2. Yeah.
Yes.
So the basis for out of datedness that you're putting forward is set out at 8.2. You're saying the council's commenced work for the caller sites, but you said there's been no review, and as such, the local plan should be considered out of date. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah.
Now you've seen the evidence in Mr. Raper's rebuttal. I mean, is this a point you're still pursuing? I mean, you've seen that there has been a review.
I have seen the rebuttal and the which is so CD 9.09.
Yeah. You see at 2.8, he says, in any event, the council has been subject to a formal review, which concluded that the plan continues to perform effectively and remains broadly consistent with the MPPF. See that at 2.8.
That's right.
Yeah. So is it? So it's just factually wrong that there's been no review, isn't it?
There has been a review, which I accept. So the question is the details of that review when we've been through some of those policies as part of this inquiry, and whether the policies comply with the MPPF.
Well, hang on. Let's go back to your proof. 8.2, you said, and I quote, there has been no review of the Hart local plan, and as such, the Hart local plan should be considered out of date. Yes?
Yes.
So that was the basis for that conclusion on why the tilted balance should be engaged.
Yeah.
That's just simply factually wrong, isn't it? I thought you were going to remove. I thought you were going to retract this point, but you're not.
No, I accept that there's been a review in terms of reconsideration of the plan, but I wouldn't describe it as a full-scale review in terms of publishing a new local plan.
And where's that form? We haven't even heard from the in chief about that. Is that something you've just come up with just now?
No, only in response to the question that's been posed.
So you've just come up with that answer now, given no thought. You accept that your proof is simply wrong at 8.2, don't you?
Yeah, I do. In terms of there has been a review, but there is no new local plan that's resulted from that review.
And on that hypothesis, certainly in what you said out in your proof of evidence, the tilted balance should therefore, there's no engagement to paragraph 11, because your analysis and your proof at 8.2 is just plain wrong.
Well, if the conclusion to reach it's wrong and the tilted balance isn't engaged, then that's a matter for the inspector to consider.
Well, it's not if the conclusion is wrong. I mean, you've accepted there was a review that was wrong. Therefore, certainly in the premise in your proof is wrong as to why paragraph 11D is engaged. Yeah. It's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, but I say in terms of the review, the outcome of that review, it hasn't resulted in a new local plan. As I said, we're not reliant upon the tilted balance in terms of that assessment. The flat balance, it's still our case that the appeal can succeed.
And again, I mean, just well, for the record, this was even this point that's now been even the point you make at paragraph 8.2 in your report, in your review about the review. I mean, at no stage, either in the statement of case or the statement of common ground, was it ever identified that there was any engagement of the tilted balance under 11D on any reason. That was just never flagged up by you.
No, except it wasn't in the statement of common ground or statement of case.
Now, as I understand it in evidence in chief now, and I have to go back on what I've heard for the first time in chief as to out of datedness. Sorry, in terms of reasons to reason why the plan, the most important plans are out of date. So so I can understand the case that's now being made. You're saying which plans are out, which policies are out of date?
Con 8 and INF2.
Okay. Now, those are. We're not going to go back over INF2 again, but you'd agree that the design, one of the critical issues in this appeal, and one of the issues the inspector has to going to determine is the acceptability of the design proposal under MBE2 or MBE9.
MBE9, yes.
That's a important policy for the determination of this appeal, isn't it?
It is, yes.
In fact, it's one of the most critical ones, isn't it?
Well, it's a policy that the council have relied upon to defend reasons for refusal. I do come back to that point in terms of overall compliance to the development plan and those matters that are agreed. So without going through them all again in terms of highway safety, job creation, etc. But it's one of the policies that's before the inspector to consider as to whether there's a breach of that policy.
Well, one of the in terms of determining this application, whether or not there is a high quality, or whether or not there is I'm going to put it neutrally, whether or not there is a appropriate design in this location is going to be determined amongst other policies, but one of the most policies for determining that question is under MBE 9, isn't it?
Yes, MBE 9 relates to design.
So it is one of the most important for determining the application, isn't it? There may be others, but it is one of the most important, isn't it?
It's one of the most important. As I say, that there are others as well.
So it would be entirely open for the inspector to, even if he finds a degree of conflict, for example, with Con 8, in terms of the, even if he was to say that policy, there's a degree of inconsistency with the NPPF, and given given the age of it, that policy Con 8 seems out of date. It would be entirely open to this inspector to say, notwithstanding that, the rest of the policies for determining the application are still in date.
Sorry, you said that the rest is...
Yes, it would be, if the inspector was to only find that there was a degree, it was only to find that there was inconsistency with Con 8. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily lead him to concluding that the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date, does it?
Well, other than INF2, which you've discussed.
Okay, so but let's take on that hypothesis Con 8. Even if the inspector was to find that policy, that one policy, is inconsistent with the NPPF, and that it doesn't necessarily follow that he would then have to conclude that the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date as a whole.
No, we've been through MBE 9, as I said earlier, accords with the NPPF in terms of design criteria.
And there's absolutely no analysis in your proof, so I can't ask you about it, about that holistic assessment as to whether the policies as a whole for determining the application are out of date. I just can't ask you about that because I haven't seen any analysis on it.
Not in terms of the policies being out of date, no.
Thank you. I'm just going to move now, hopefully, to the...
Sorry, could we possibly just have a quick
Yeah, I was going to say, sorry, I'm getting things flagging up. Yes, so I think now would be an appropriate moment.
Yeah.
We're only got harm, say,
Okay.
half an hour to go, so we should be able to finish
we'll
on time.
adjourn till 4. Okay. The inquiry is resumed. Mr. Neil, please continue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Moyer, there's one question, and I've just got apologies for taking this slightly out of sequence, but before we go into the final section on harms and benefits, just want to can I just take you back to the Hart Local Plan and Policy MBE 9, please, page 60. So that's CD 4.1, if I can remember.
Yeah, I have that. Yeah.
You've got that in front of you. Now, I just want to make sure, just to check we're on the same page here before, so that I get this right in closing. So criterion D, where it refers to respecting local landscape character. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Now, as I understand it, Mr. Neeson, I'm hoping we don't have to go here, but Mr. Neeson has identified various adverse impacts,
Yes,
on the scale.
Yeah.
And and he's looked at townscape and looked at it in the local in terms of the local landscape character area, and then in the vicinity in broad terms. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's identified. We'll have to go into the question of significance later, but he's identified in summary that there would be some adverse effects. Yeah.
He has, and I don't have the TBI in front of me, but I understand that impact decreases over time as the planting establishes.
Sure. And it's your case, and you can see at 717 that because of the sensitive design, there will be an improvement to the quality of the townscape. Yeah, you can see that at 717.
So 717
of your proof.
Of my,
yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
So I think you'll agree with this, that the analysis of landscape impact by in the TVA isn't the determinative of the outcome of whether or not local landscape character has been respected. Design has a part to play in that as well.
I would agree with that. Yes.
Yeah, great. So we don't need to say and it would follow therefore that even though the council has not alleged a conflict with MBE2, which deals with landscape, that that doesn't preclude, or there's nothing inconsistent with that, and the council coming to a conclusion that nonetheless DBE9 there's conflict with DBE9 and that particular criteria.
Well, in the council's consideration, and NBE9 criteria D specifically refers to, it respects local landscape character. So,
sorry?
Yeah, I'd agree that criteria D specifically refers to proposals having to respect local landscape character.
But I think you agree that in theory, at least, it's still open to conclude that MBE9 and D is that there's conflict with that, notwithstanding the finding that there's no conflict with MBE2, because design you accept design comes into play here.
I would agree with that. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't agree there's conflict.
No, absolutely. Don't worry. I'm not going to be making the submission. There's no conflict, but yeah, that's helpful. So, harms and benefits, please. That is, if I could ask you about that next. And start with harms first of all. If the inspector, if for you at least, if the inspector was to agree that there was a significant adverse impact on the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre, if he was to find that, do you agree that significant weight should be attached to that harm?
I suppose it's not necessarily significant weights. If it's that, how much of an adverse impact would there be and then how much weight would be attributed. So I think this is a question of attributing a degree of weight, whether that's significant weight or moderate weight. I think that's for the inspector to determine.
Of course, that's for the inspector to determine. But I want to understand your view. So, if the inspector was to accept, I know you disagree with it, or your fellow witness disagrees with it. If the inspector was to accept that there was a significant adverse impact to the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre on the basis of the risks identified in Ms. Reeves's proofs, that would entitle the inspector to reach the view that, or to attach significant weight to that.
If the inspector thought that was appropriate, then that degree of weighting could be attributed to that.
Now, are you prepared to, on that hypothesis, Ms. Reeves's evidence? What's your view? Do you agree that it should be significant weight? If Ms. Reeves is right?
I don't think it should, because so there's component parts within that policy in terms of sequential tests as well, and it's the degree of that adverse impact. So it's significant, but if there isn't a significant adverse impact, it just tipped into the realms of being significant.
So there's a couple of, I just want to break that down a little bit, if I may. So if Miss Reeves's evidence is accepted, then you've heard her evidence. It's linked to the risk of closure to the the Hart Shopping Centre, primary shop, and the consequent impact on the primary shopping area and the Fleet Town Centre. Broad terms, those are the risks that she's identified. Yes.
Sorry, there is not really anything on the PSA. I just want to.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I don't want to be accused of misquoting. I don't want to misquote what Ms. Reeves's evidence says. On that premise of a risk, well, let's build a risk of closure to Waitrose, a risk to the shopping centre, and on that basis, adverse impact to Fleet Town Centre. If the inspector was to agree with Ms. Reeves on all of that, that's surely something that one would attach significant weight to.
But there's a series of steps in that analysis. So yeah, obviously, first one, if there's an adverse impact on the existing centre, that impact, is it purely an impact relating to Waitrose, or is it an impact on the centre as a whole? And that impact on the centre as a whole, does that come from purely should Waitrose close, or is there an impact from the proposal, notwithstanding the impact on Waitrose? So I don't think you can automatically jump to the conclusion that the significant adverse impact would be attributed significant weight.
I didn't quite understand it. So if the inspector finds that agrees with Ms. Reeves that there is a risk that Waitrose would close, and that there's a risk to the shopping centre of closure, and on that basis that this is therefore likely that there would be a significant adverse impact. I understand you don't accept any of those stages. It must follow, mustn't it, that's not something that would attach moderate weight. I mean, that's significant harm, isn't it?
But it could just be the first stage in that scenario. So the inspector could just attribute, or the conclusion could be there's a concern with the impact on Waitrose.
Of course, yeah.
But doesn't then form this inspector. Sorry, I'm talking about in the third person, sir, but you don't form the link between Waitrose closing and then the subsequent impact on the primary shopping on the Hart Shopping Centre. So I don't think you can automatically jump to that conclusion of it being significant impact.
But if the, again, just final time, if you're not prepared to give an answer, just say so. The inspector makes those jumps. So if those jumps are made or those steps are accepted by the inspector, it must be the case that more than moderate weight should be afforded to that.
I wouldn't. I stick to my first answer.
So you still say moderate weight on that basis?
Yes. Yeah.
So what would it take to go to I mean, you've lost Waitrose, you've lost the Hartbury shopping centre. What more? What would it take to go to significant in your analysis?
I think it's having a definitive assessment that the closure of Waitrose would result in subsequent closure of the remaining shops within the Hart shopping centre, and then what impact that would be on the town centre as a whole.
Okay, I'm going to move on because that's again the point about looking at the evidence for that and whether you accept it or not. I asked you what further harms or at what stage would you consider that once would you consider you should ascribe more than moderate weight to the harm? You've got have you thought about that?
Yeah, I think it's having that definite position of the consequences of Waitrose closure, the Hart shopping centre closure in terms of individual shops within the Hart shopping centre, and then what would that subsequent impact be on the town centre?
In terms of harm to the character of the area, and caused by poor design. I don't accept it's not that there isn't poor design, but if the inspector was to agree with Mr. Raper that there was a material or that there was harm to the character of the area, and that the proposal does not achieve the high quality design referred to in MBE 9. So if Mr. Raper's evidence accepted, would you agree that significant weight should be attached to that harm if the inspector attaches?
Yeah, and in that scenario, I wouldn't agree to significant harm. I'd suggest maybe moderate harm at the worst case scenario, and that's based on how the appeal site is read in that experience of Elvetham Heath.
Would you agree that the location of the, I mean, I don't want to go into all the detailed landscape harm again, but this is you heard Mr. Neeson accept it. This is a important location as a gateway entrance. So that's a reason at least for the inspector to ascribe more harm than moderate, isn't it?
It is an important location, but as we've seen, the site does have existing screening. It's not an open site with clear views across it, and the proposal does include for further screening and reinforcement of that existing screening. So that's why I didn't attribute it more harm, because it's not a clear open site. It's glimpses of that built form that you have.
I just wanted to say, just for I know that's your evidence on, or you're relying on the evidence of Mr. Pearce and Mr. Neeson. But if Mr. Raper's evidence is accepted, so we all of the points about screening landscape, all of that's taken into account. And nonetheless, the inspector has found a lack of compliance with MBE 9, Gen 1, etc., all those other policies Mr. Raper's referred to. That is something that would at least entitle the inspector to attach significant weight to, wouldn't it?
But the inspector could reach that conclusion. My suggestion would be it would be moderate harm.
And what the okay. And that's despite the location being at a gateway into the entrance of Elvetham Heath, etc.
Well, it's acknowledging the gateway location, but I don't want to dismiss the screening that's there, and how you experience Elvetham Heath as you come in from that first roundabout.
Moving on to benefits finally. just going to have to go back to your evidence in chief and just check. So you are now on page 19 of your proof. PDL, the use of PDL, 8.6, first bullet point. I think we're agreed. You and Mr. Raper agreed. I think you're attaching. I don't have any. I think you've said significant weight. Yes,
I did say yes.
Yep.
Significant weight.
Okay. So make a note of that. Job opportunities and construction jobs. You've attached. Remind me how much weight are you attaching to that? So,
I have separated those two elements out. So I've attributed significant weight to the job creation within Lidl. And because of the temporary nature of the construction jobs, I've attributed moderate weight to those.
Again, I think that is something, I think, certainly in terms of the creation of jobs, I think you and Mr. Raper agreed there, aren't you, on significant weight to that? Is that right?
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. Now, over the page, top of page 20, the suggestion of the introduction of new food railer to the local market. Now, clearly that the weight to be attached to that is going to be affected by the inspector's findings on whether or not there's an adverse impact on Fleet Town Centre. Yes.
Yes, I'd agree to that.
Okay. And you're not suggesting that there's any particular lack of provision in this area. Well, I mean, we've got a Morrison's next door, so I don't see how one could. But anyway.
Only insofar as the evidence that's set out in the economic statement, which explains the Lidl model. So that I don't think there's an example of a deep discount retailer operating within Fleet. So that's where I'd say that within the town centre and within Elvetham Heath, there isn't a deep discount retailer. Hence the reference to that consumer choice.
I mean, there is a Morrison's in Elvetham Heath. So, I mean, the idea that one should attach any more than, well, I think Mr. Raper in his evidence, I think he didn't give any weight at all to that. In that scenario, I mean, why you haven't identified in your evidence that there's any particular need for improved consumer choice, either in policy terms or substantive terms, have you?
No, other than say what we've set out in the core document 2.12, which is the economic statement provided by Lidl, which explains their offer and where they sit in terms of their price point.
Okay. The separate, you've got a bullet point here, the proposals for commercial development proposal, jobs and economic benefits. I mean, I think we could agree that being fair, that could be wrapped up in your two previous points about job creation, can't it? It's not a standalone benefit.
No, I'd agree to that.
PDL, again, that's not a separate benefit, is it? 8.7, just to be clear, you just mentioned it in a different context.
Yes.
You're not suggesting it's another one.
Attributed significant weight to pregnancy development
and I think biodiversity net gain, you're saying you're attributing moderate weight to
that. No, significant weight I attributed to biodiversity net gain. I think it's important there to highlight the in excess of 19% as opposed to achieving the mandatory 10% and that 19% on site, again, as opposed to a purchasing of credits from an EnviroBank.
Now, Mr. Raper said, you take into account he's accepted you take into account the entirety of that gain and attach moderate weight. But it is a factor, isn't it, that it is required by law to provide 10%. That's a factor when it comes to the weighting.
It is, but as I say, there's an option but that 10% is delivered off-site through a credit scheme as opposed to on-site, and we're in excess of 19%. So that's why I've attributed significant weight to that aspect.
The point about encouraging sustainable shopping patterns, etc., is that just the same point about sort of improving consumer choice by having a retailer in walking distance for the residents of Elvetham Heath? Is that, I don't quite understand if that's a separate point.
I think it's a separate point. So consumer choice, it could be somebody that lives outside of Elvetham Heath that wants to visit the Lidl, but equally there's options within the site to arrive by walking or by bus.
And how much, just so I'm clear, how much weight are you attaching to that? Because it's not set out in your proof.
No, moderate weight I attributed to that.
Now, just wrapping up taking all of those together. I mean, one of the you've reached the conclusion, as I understand it, that both on what one describes a flat balance and the tilted balance, that both of those balance tip in favour of permission. Is that right?
That's right. We're not reliant upon the tilted balance, the flat balance. Well, cases that tips, well, not tips, but the scheme should be approved.
Is there a particular reason why you didn't set out your? Sorry, you know, one would normally expect in an analysis like this, an analysis of the weight that you've at least ascribed to those benefits. So what is there a reason why you didn't set it out in your written proof of evidence?
No, except a table may have been an easier way of presenting that balancing exercise as opposed to the written analysis.
And one of my questions, and just to be clear, you're not suggesting any of those benefits you'd advance go above. I don't know what your weighting scale is, which is why I'm asking. You're not accepting that those go above significant, so they don't go into, say, substantial, very substantial weight categories.
No, again, I wouldn't categorise anything as very substantial, but that's significant as opposed to substantial.
Okay, so you in your, just so I'm clear, in your mind anyway, I know it's not in your proof. These things happen. People don't put them in. In your mind, you have a level of significant, substantial, very substantial.
Not very substantial. Significant benefit was in the top quartile in terms of an assessment hierarchy.
Okay, so are you putting this in the top quartile? So yes. You're saying this is the highest draw of benefit. The highest level of benefit in your weighting system. There's nothing higher than significant.
Other than substantial, I would have higher. Yeah.
Okay, so substantial goes above significant.
Yes.
So I'm clear.
Yeah.
Okay, because that would be a difference between you, Mr. Raper, if there was on that, and I'd have to ask you about that. Okay. Now just drawing those things together, we mentioned the flat balance, but of course. Under the Town and Country Planning Act, we have Section 38(6). It's going to be very familiar with you. And the starting point is conflict with the development plan.
Yeah.
And then you look at whether there are other material considerations. Yes. So the flat balance is. I mean, the starting point is that balance, isn't it? It's not a flat balance. You start with the development plan, don't you? And then you look at other material considerations.
Yes. Yeah.
So the so I just wanted to be clear, where is So you'd accept, would you, I mean, when you look at your application of that section 38 balance at 810, so you say even if it's concluded there's conflict with the adopted policies, there's harm arising, such harm would not be significant, and the decision maker may support the caption if there are material considerations that indicate otherwise. So saying therefore, so you're saying even if there is conflict with the development plan, you're saying that there are the considerations we've looked at above could nonetheless lead the inspector to grant permission, notwithstanding the conflicts with the development plan.
That's right. So those benefits of the job creation, redevelopment, previously developed land in excess of 19% biodiversity net gain are those material considerations that would allow the inspector, should you find conflict with the development plan, to approve this scheme.
But that all turns on whether or not, as you've said, such harm would be, because you've said such harm would not be significant. So if the inspector found there was significant harm, then that analysis wouldn't apply. Yes.
No, if there's a conflict with the development plan and that conflict results in significant harm, you still need to consider the benefits of the material considerations, and do they outweigh that harm?
Now the final question in relation to this, and it really relates to the observation you've made at 8.2. You've said, as part of your analysis, which led to your conclusion, is that you've said that there is no material harm arising from the proposals. Do you see that?
8.2.
Yes, at 8.12.
Sorry, 8.12.
8.12, yeah, 8.12, page 21 of your proof.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. Now, that's not quite what Mr. Neeson said, did he? He hasn't said that there is no material harm. He's assessed the impacts on landscape, and we can see them set out in the TVA. And for example, we know that there is in terms of let's take landscape character. If you pull out the TVIA again, 1.50 on CD 1.50, page 31. Do you have that, Francis?
Sorry, page 51.
Yeah, sorry, page 31 and 32 of the LVIA. So I just wanted to ask you about the effects on townscape character. Mr. Neeson has identified that there's a minor to moderate adverse impact on in the vicinity of Elvetham Heath, hasn't he?
Yes. Yep.
Now, that's not an immaterial harm, is it?
It's not, and I have qualified that in my proof. Shall I just go back to? So I have acknowledged Mr. Neeson sets out in his proof of evidence the harm arising in landscape terms being localised and reduced with distance and time.
Yes, and his assessment has taken that into account, hasn't it? Because we get to year 15 over time, and he's come out with let's take the immediate vicinity of the area. I've already taken to conclusion an assessment of minor to moderate adverse change, minor to moderate adverse effect. Yeah.
Yes.
Now that you've concluded. Well, first of all, that's not Mr. Neeson doesn't say no material harm, does he? That's not his conclusion.
No, that's not his conclusion in the TVIA.
Yeah. So that is you, is it, reaching an observation based on TVIA, is that your assessment that there's no material harm?
That's in planning terms, hence the qualification in brackets,
Okay.
setting out the harm being localised, as I say, will reduce with distance and time.
So there is you'd acknowledge there is a distinction between taking you take what's said in the effects of an LVIA, and then you as a planner then look at whether or not you think there's harm arising. That's something that a planner does, and that's something that you've done.
Yeah, well, in terms of it, whether it's material harm,
yeah,
that's something I've set out there.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't say you would go from such a leap from describing a low or moderate impact to something which is then significant or more than significant.
Okay. Well, you jumped ahead. I was really asking about methodology. There's Mr. Raper. There were lots of questions being put to him about his conclusions on harm. Yes, we heard all that discussion. But you've done an exercise where you've taken what's been in the TVIA and you've applied a judgment to come to an assessment of materiality of harm yourself.
That's correct. Yeah,
and that's exactly the exercise Mr. Raper's done. That's come to a different conclusion.
Albeit in terms of the parity in the levels of harm, there's no polarization in terms of one being at the lower end of the scale and one at the higher end.
Yeah, it's just in terms of approach, you've done the same as Mr. Raper. You've just come out with different judgments, haven't you? You've come to no material harm. Mr. Raper's identified taking into account TVIA and design a different.
Yes, but in terms of where those assessments sit on that hierarchy of harm, what I've set out in 8.12 is more aligned.
Yeah, that's
both at the lower end of that scale.
But that's your evidence. But I think you've agreed same approach. Okay, so now just want to just make it absolutely clear. You therefore, when I think the point has been made a number of times that, and I think it's going to be made. It's going to be the appellant's case that that because Mr. Raper has accepted the findings of the TVIA, that therefore, in some way, his conclusion of significant harm is inconsistent with that. Yeah, I'm summarising broadly.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to ask you about this because I will be making submissions over this particular point. Can I take you to paragraph 11.61, please, of the TVIA on page 38?
First paragraph in the
11.6.1 of page 38. Yeah, you see that?
I have that, yes.
And what that's telling us is that Mr. Neeson is assuming certain effects reach a level of significance, which he then says it therefore merits particular consideration in the planning process. Yep.
Yep.
Now, that is ascribing so that's ascribing to the term significance a particular meaning. It's meaning something that merits particular consideration. Yes. You see that?
Yes. Yeah.
So he's not saying anything less than major, moderate is immaterial, is he?
He's made no comment in terms of the assessment that sits below major.
Well, sorry, just to be clear, he's not saying that anything less than major, moderate does not merit any consideration in the planning process whatsoever, does it?
He hasn't said that. No.
And therefore, so far as it's been said, well, Mr. Raper's accepted the findings of the TVIA. There's nothing inconsistent in agreeing that major moderate effects require particular consideration, but nonetheless concluding that a low to moderate effect nonetheless does lead to in planning terms does lead to a material impact. Nothing inconsistent with that, is there?
Well, only so far as if something's a minor, moderate impact or significant, to then assess it on a planning scale and reach a conclusion where it's substantial harm. It's providing that justification for that jump from being at the low end of one harm and significance hierarchy to the top end of another.
But he hasn't made that leap to substantial. What he's saying is, in the round, taking into account design and what's said in the TVIA, that there is a significant harm arising. There's nothing inconsistent with that conclusion when one looks at the specific definition of significance given by Mr. Neeson at 11.61.
11.61 relates to major moderate effects. Yeah. So at the higher end of that harm hierarchy.
Well, I'll take that as a yes, and that observation. Is that a yes, but the qualified answer?
Yeah, caveat is yes.
Okay. And just to conclude, there's again nothing to. That's right. There's nothing to stop the inspector taking into account the TVIA that he has before him, taking account the other design considerations, and himself coming to an overall conclusion of significant harm on the character of the area. There's nothing. There's an evidential basis for him to do that, isn't there?
I think there has to be evidence set out in terms of how that. I call it a jump again from the lower end of a hierarchy of assessment in terms of harm to a higher end. It would need to be evidence in terms of how that jump's been made.
But it's not something that just to be clear, that's something he'd be entitled to do based on what's said in the LVIA and his consideration of the design of the scheme. It might be something you disagree with, but it's something certainly he's got. There's an evidential basis to do so.
Yeah, but based on that evidence.
So I think those conclude my. I don't think those are my questions for Mr. Moyer. Thank you very much, Mr. Moyer.
Thank you. Is there any re-examination?
Yes, thank you. Just on that last question, I mean, it was just put to you that there's an evidential basis going from the findings of minor moderate, I think it is, in the LVIA, adding in the points around design and then coming out at a planning judgment of significant harm, and that you don't agree with what you consider to be a jump, but it said there's an evidential basis for doing so. What's your opinion of the strength of the evidential basis before the inspector here, please?
I haven't seen an evidential basis that would allow such a jump to be made. So I give that less than significant weighting in terms of evidential base.
Thank you. Let me just see what else there was from earlier on. Yeah, just a couple of points. And I'm going from the very start of the cross-examination forwards in time, as it were. Yeah. You'll remember there was some discussion around this point about NBE 9 and whether the design is innovative or not.
Yes.
And you were taken to paragraph 7.6 and 7.7 of your proof. So can we just go back there, please? And so you were taken there, and then it was put to you that your evidence on NBE 9 and the weight that you'd given to it had been put on a false premise because Mr. Pearce explained earlier today that he wasn't saying that the design was innovative, whereas it was put to you that you'd written your proof thinking that he was claiming innovative design. The short question is, having heard what Mr. Pearce had to say this morning on this point around innovation, to what extent has any of your evidence changed in the light of what you heard Mr. Pearce say in oral evidence?
I don't think the evidence has changed. It's reliant upon Mr. Pearce's evidence, and he set out this morning in terms of his assessment, the design approach, how it interacts with the existing buildings within Elvetham Heath, and justified sort of the design evolution. So I don't think my approach has changed because it's reliant upon his evidence to the inquiry.
Then on green infrastructure and policy INF2, I mean, most of this I think we'll be dealing with through submissions because it's about interpretation of policy, but there's a dispute between the appellant and the council as to whether there's a breach of INF2 if there's, you know, loss in square metre terms, but there's no impact on function. And the point, and I'm not doing a very elegant job of paraphrasing Mr. Neal's point, but his point was, well, sorry? No, the basic point that was made was, well, if we're right, and you know, you have to have an impact on function before there can be a policy conflict. Mr. Neal's answer to that was, well, that would mean that you could have a situation where there would be extensive loss of the green infrastructure, but no impact on function. How likely do you think that is, that there would be a position where there was extensive loss of green infrastructure, but still absolutely no impact on function?
I think it's unlikely, and looking at para 338 of the local plan, that sets out those areas which constitute green infrastructure. It's 337, which constitutes green infrastructure. So whether it be open spaces, playing fields, parks, etc. So if there was a substantial reduction in a park or a playing field, that I would suggest would have an impact on how that particular area of the green infrastructure functions.
Thank you. And then could you just turn up, please, policy INF2?
Yes, I have that.
Sorry, mine is not playing ball. There were some questions around the reasons why, just find my notes. Yeah, there were some questions around why is it that the appellant is proposing replacement in green infrastructure terms, essentially, if the appellant's view is that its loss is not something that matters from a policy perspective. Could you just look at NF2B, please?
Yes. Yep.
Which is a policy requirement that says where possible, development enhances green infrastructure through provision within the site or appropriate provision for off-site improvements in line with the green infrastructure strategy. What's your view on whether that aspect of the policy is relevant to an applicant's decision to provide replacement planting, for example?
Yeah, that element of the policy provides two options as it sets out. whether it's enhancements within the site, on site, or off-site improvements. So there are options there for applicants to make vision and enhancements.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Moyer. Thank you, sir. That's the end of, or subject to any queries from you, that's the end of Mr. Moyer's evidence.
Yes, there are no further questions for me from me, but obviously you're aware of the recall of the retail witnesses, so I'm not going to resurrect that issue again. But if any of the parties want to mention anything about procedure or anything before we adjourn?
No, so not other than the this retail point.
Yes, I suppose it's really just we need to agree the start time, I suppose, and we're sitting virtually, I think, on Tuesday, aren't we? So I just logistics really, sir, rather than a procedural point.
So in terms of procedure, I'll wait for the virtual link to be circulated, but we're penciled to reconvene on the Tuesday. So we'll be hearing evidence on retail, and also that's penciled for the planning conditions and also planning obligation roundtable. On that, I don't think there's anything else. So it's just a case that of the council ensuring that the link is circulated.
Sorry, so could I just, are you envisaging a 9:30 start on Tuesday?
I was.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I just didn't want to accidentally wait until 10.
So could I ask slightly later start to 10 o'clock, because there's going to be a lot swirling around on.
Yeah.
I've sort of whole feeling we're going to get retail in there.
Yeah.
I think that half an hour is actually quite helpful to parties, just to get, or certainly would be helpful to me, just to make sure.
Are there any?
I don't mind that, but I have a hard stop at 1, so.
Oh, you get that's it.
Usually 6, 9:30 in that case. So I forgot Miss Sargent's still there.
And Miss Sargent's already indicated that she's not going to be involved in the round table. Yeah. Is that right?
If the retail evidence doesn't take, all the, and we end up starting it, then I'll obviously stay where I am. It's just that if I don't need to be there, so if it carries on, then I'll leave it in Mr. Moyer's hands.
Sorry, I forgot that you were 30%, so actually.
So it's agreed for 9:30. So we'll reconvene at 9:30 on Tuesday.
So I've got one further question about the Section 106 agreement. Is that you prefer an electronic copy sent through to the caseworker?
I've had a copy of an electronic agreement.
That's the advanced draft without signatures. So the completed.
Sorry, you're talking about the completed one.
Yes. Yeah.
We'll eventually need a completed one electronically. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that? Are you in a position to provide that on Tuesday? Is that what you?
That's the aim to have it to you, sir, for Tuesday, and that's based on the draft that we provided. I think earlier this week.
Okay. Yes. I mean that's fine. It's not unusual to give a week or so to allow the signing of an agreement if that is subject to a delay.
So I think the position, as I understand it, is I think there's only a point that isn't completely agreed, and that's been dealt with through a blue pencil clause. So my understanding is that the wording is agreed between the parties. Now, of course, it may be that once you read it, you think something's lacking, in which case there's a possibility we would need to go back and amend it and get it re-signed. So we'd be grateful. But as matters stand, unless you have any concerns, I think it will be possible to submit the executed version by Tuesday.
I had a very rough look over the agreement, and I'm not suggesting any amendments to it at this stage. But it's in your hands, really, if you want to wait for the roundtable discussion or not.
I think that's probably best, sir.
Yeah, I think so.
Just finally on that, and sorry to take this out of sequence, I'm thinking about procedure. I think we're booked in for Wednesday closings.
Yes.
I think this Sergeant, you're available. Is there still an issue?
The only thing that was floating was this potential CMC on another case, and I haven't actually managed to keep up with my emails. I haven't clocked anything coming in to tell me if that's happening, but I don't know yet. But it shouldn't take long.
I'm just wondering, I mean, in light of not saying it's doable, but both advocates, I'm sure the Sergeant's not to speak for her, but we'll have to get closings finalised overnight and license new evidence. Normally you have a little bit more of an air gap between those evidence. I mean, could I just move the idea of a later start on Wednesday for those closings? I don't know if does that help you, Sergeant? It's certainly help me with finalising closings and getting them signed off by council. If we were to say start after lunch or
a later start, it'd be fine. And I see no reason in a worst case scenario it being deferred to the Thursday either. So
I'm not sure how that works. I mean, I'm fine with a 2 o'clock start on Wednesday. It's absolutely fine. I'm very grateful for that flexibility. So it can.
In light of the new evidence, the retail evidence, and
I have a hearing on the Thursday, so I can't deliver them on. I couldn't deliver them already on Thursday.
So it will be penciled for Wednesday PM, and shall we say 1:30? Yep. So I think that's agreed. So we'll adjourn there until Tuesday. Okay. Thank you.